The world as we have created it is a process of our thinking. It cannot be changed without changing our thinking, a very famous quote said by Albert Einstein. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the participants from different time zones across the globe. On behalf of IPEM Ghaziabad, I, Anubha Government, extend a warm welcome to everyone to the International Conference 2023 on the topic Paradigm Shift in Business and Management Outcome Based Strategic Performance System with Stakeholders Perspective. For this conference, our institute have internationally collaborated with CTIF Global Capsule and nationally collaborated with Bharati College University of Delhi and Ghaziabad Management Association. Following are the national and international speakers for our international conference. You can now see the program schedule for our conference. The same has been shared with you all on the WhatsApp group as well. The institute was established in 1996 in the heart of Ghaziabad under the aegis of Lux Educational Society, registered under the Societies Act 1860. IPEM has emerged as the epitome of world class education and imparts value based education. We amalgamate curiosity and a dedication to ensure that all our students are self driven towards learning. The college serves as an innovative center to focus on imparting knowledge through wide exposure and frequent research and scholarship. Focusing on innovation and discipline, our institute has received accreditation for being the best college in India, especially in the Delhi NCR region. IPM made a modest beginning in the year 1996 with management and computer applications only. Today, IPEM is at the forefront of imparting knowledge in the fields of management, law, education, and information technology. Backed by knowledge and well learned faculty, the college advances innovation and excellence by organizing intellectual sessions, spirited and acrimonious debates, interactive lectures, and other programs. Industry centered approach, meticulously fabricated curriculum, student, and other valuable approaches reckoned by India's best college put it at the highest podium. We are very glad to announce that our institute, IPEM Ghaziabad, has also now been awarded A grade by NAC. Granted an A grade by NAC, IPEM is continuously winning laurels and achieving prestigious awards, honors, and milestones in higher education. Affiliated with CCSU, the institute has the perfect ecosystem for innovation for generations. The accreditation we have received relies largely on our outstanding infrastructure, intellectual faculty, well equipped laboratories, spacious campus, academic excellence, 100% placement, consistent teamwork, and other parameters. With the achievement, IPEM has gained the privilege to be listed in top NAC accredited colleges. The A grade by NAC is a performance indicator that indicates the sound governance, teamwork, operations, academic performance, and sports spirit of the institute. Now, briefing for the conference. Innovation and managing change describes the need of the hour for the business world. Managers are continuing to plan and strategize for future, which necessitates stable economic conditions. On the other hand, consistent and clear market ecology remains useful for decision makers. In this regard, the conference's aim is to bring together the best academicians, business executives, research scholars, and students from universities and institutions all over the world. The conference will be a platform for all these to come together, to learn, to share, to collaborate, and discuss current and emerging topics in management with thought leaders, technologists, and learning experts. This would be a great knowledge sharing event for a diverse audience, embracing international and national participants. This event has inspirational speakers and mutually beneficial networking opportunities. We will now officially start our conference with the welcome address by Mr. Shashank Chaudhary, Dean Academics and HOD Management Department, ICEM Ghaziabad. Over to you, sir.
I, Shashank Chaudhary, on behalf of our patron, Mr. Anupam Goyal ji, advisor and executive director, Professor Dr. Sunanda Goyal, advisor and director general, Colonel Dr. S. Malhotra, and the management faculty, staff, and students of IPM Group of Institutions. Welcome you all who have joined us on Zoom and YouTube and wish you a very good morning or appropriate greetings as per the time zone in the area from where you are participating in this international e-conference on the topic of outcome-based strategic performance management system with the stakeholder perspective. This conference is being organized in collaboration with CTIF Global Capsule, Denmark, our international academic partner, Bharati College, University of Delhi, our national academic partner for this conference, and our renowned and long-standing industry partner, Ghaziabad Management Association. We are indeed privileged to welcome our international speakers, Professor Dr. Ajay Kazmi, renowned Global Strategic Management Group, and as our chief guest, Professor Emmanuel Auer, Associate Professor, School of Management and Leadership, Management University of Africa, as guest of honor. Dr. Gagan Kukureja, Associate Professor, Department of Accounting, University of Bahrain, as presiding speaker. We are also privileged to welcome Dr. Arvind Kumar, Dean, ABVS MNE, Jawaharlal Nehru University, Delhi, as inaugural speaker. Dr. Shailesh Iyer, Professor and Dean, Rai University, Ahmedabad, as keynote speaker. And Dr. M.Y. Khan, Associate Professor, Noida International University, Greater Noida, as validity speaker. Most importantly, the paper presenters who have submitted their research papers for sharing the same at this international e-conference. We greatly appreciate their efforts. We are very happy to state that there has been an overwhelming response from the academicians, research scholars, practicing professionals for submission of papers, both from India and abroad. Across all the continents, we are grateful to all of you for this. We also welcome all those who are attending this international e-conference on this very important and upcoming theme and sub-themes. I'm sure all of us will gain a lot from this conference. All the papers have been checked for plagiarism and reviewed by the external experts committee, and only the selected papers are being presented in this e-conference. So I request all the participants to please remain connected through Zoom or YouTube, as the case may be, throughout the proceedings of this conference. Now, for the benefit of our international national participants from other parts of India, let me say a few words about the IPM Group of Institutions, which is hosting this international conference. The institute is located at Ghaziabad, adjacent to New Delhi, the capital of India, and comes under the National Capital Region (NCR). The institute was established by late Dr. B.S. Goyal with over 55 years of teaching and research experience in 1996, and now we are in our 28th year of existence. The institute is ISO 9001:2015 certified, NAC A grade accredited, and research center of the university. The institute conducts professional UG and PG courses in the area of management, computer application, education, and law, all with the approval of the confirmed professional bodies and affiliation to the university. Ever since its inception, the IPM is known for its student-centric approach in teaching and discipline and has had very good results and placements and thus has been ranked among the top few institutes in the NCR. As mentioned earlier, we at IPM have been holding conferences, seminars, webinars, FDPs, MDPs, and workshops at regular intervals to professional experts. This e-conference is a continuation of the same. This is our fifth international conference. We have been conducting national conferences and seminars for the last 25 years, and this is our fifth international conference we are conducting this time. Based on our experience of conducting international conferences in physical form as well as electronic modes, we feel that the electronic mode of conducting the conferences, seminars, etc., is likely to stay as a mode of conducting such conferences in the future. Finally, I would like to once again welcome and convey our best wishes, honorable international national speakers, paper presenters, and attendees from all across the world, and the conveners and co-conveners, Dr. Mona Sahai and Dr. Suji Sasangi, and all those who have worked behind the scenes for the success of this international e-conference. Jai Hind. Over to Anubhav, please.
Thank you, sir, for such warm welcome of speakers. I now take this opportunity to introduce our inaugural speaker, Dr. Arvind Kumar, Dean, ABVS MNE, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. With more than 20 years of experience, including industry and academics, Dr. Arvind Kumar is a certified entrepreneur educator. He earned his post-graduation and PhD in management and is a recipient of postdoctoral fellowship in USA. He has supervised several MPhil PhD students and his current research interests are CSR, academia industry interface, consumer affairs, and social entrepreneurship. He has several research papers and articles published in national and international journals of repute. He has several books, monographs, and research projects in his credit as well. Sir, I now request you to kindly inaugurate this international e-conference.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much. And I hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir. Yes,
thank you. Thank you so much for confirming the same. And first of all, I must congratulate Professor Emmanuel Auber, guest of honor of this event, Mr. Colonel A.S. Malhotra, DG IPEM, Mr. Sasank Chaudhary, Dean Academics and Head, Department of Management, Dr. Gagan Kukreja ji, presiding speaker for inaugural session, Professor Sailesh Iyer ji from Rai University, Ahmedabad, and the convener of this conference, Dr. Mona Sahai ji, Dr. Suruchi Satsangi ji. So first of all, I want to congratulate IPEM for organizing this international e-conference. When I was hearing about the institute, I've been told about the institution, the kind of practices that IPEM is following. So I'm very thrilled in terms of the best practices followed by the institution. So initially, when I was hearing very patiently about this international conference, so I can also see the collaborator for this international conference. So you have CTIF from Denmark, then Bharati College from University of Delhi, then professional body like Ghaziabad Management Association. So that speak in volume. So once again, my heartfelt congratulations to the organizer for organizing such a wonderful international conference. When I look at the topic that you have chosen, the theme of this international conference that you have chosen, so is paradigm shift in business and management, outcome-based strategic performance management system with a stakeholder perspective. So when you really look at the theme of this international conference, so that speaks in volume. It covered paradigm shift, so far the business practices are concerned. Then it's also talk about outcome-based strategic performance management system. We have a conventional performance management system or performance appraisal system, or we call it PBAS, or we call it other nomenclature. But the important point here is it has been connected with stakeholder perspective. What stakeholder think of strategic performance management system. So this is very, very contemporary theme that you have chosen. So my heartfelt thank to the organizer for having a very, very vibrant theme of this international conference. So when you look at, you will find lot of definition of strategic management. But primarily, when you look at strategic performance management system, so it focuses on several aspects. One of the aspect is financial success. Second aspect is customer satisfaction. When we really talking about various stakeholders, so customer perspective or customer satisfaction become utmost important for all of us. I will talk about in detail when we really deliberate upon the various aspects, especially from the stakeholders' perspective. Then we have to think about internal process efficiency. So whatever the internal process that we have, we must focus in our internal process. So when I talk about the higher education in our country, so that is truly going through in a transition phase. We have NEP 2020 in place, and recently our regulators also allowed like foreign university to operate. That bill is in process. So very soon we'll have a very competitive global arena of higher education in our country. Then definitely when we have to discuss about the strategic performance management system, we have to keep in mind the organizational optimization. So one of the example that I'm trying to quote from academia is, so recently one of the things that has been expected from academic institution is they have to share their resources, whatever the resources that you have. So you have to share with your fellow institutions or the institutions with whom you are having a collaboration. So I'm very glad with the fact that IPEM is already practicing these kind of best practices for higher education. So these were a few important points when we really think of strategic performance management system, especially from the stakeholder perspective. So I will not touch upon the conceptual framework of strategic performance management. I believe that everybody is well versed about the conceptual framework of strategic performance management system. I would like to quote one study which is conducted by Mercer. Mercer is a very leading consulting firm. And this study was conducted more than 1,000 of HR heads. And what was the finding of that study is 2% companies, they really work on the exceptional value. So look at the statistics. I think it's a very, very alarming statistics which is presented by the Mercer. So hardly 2% companies are focusing on exceptional values. So when I really look at the study by the Mercer, then again the theme of this conference become very, very contemporary. And so this is a reflection. One of the reasons could be inadequate alignment with organizational goal. A lot of companies are working on individual goals of employees. But when it comes to the alignment with individual goals and organizational goals, so there is a huge gap. So now the question is we have to work on the bridging the gap between individual goals versus organizational goals. Another statistics comes from the same study, so which says 83% companies, they are very particular about setting up individual goals. So we have a terminology like KRAs, key result areas, KPIs, key performance indicators for every individual. But there is a huge gap to aligning the individual goals with organizational goals. So the need of the R is bridging the gap, and this is on ground performance and high level of business transformation. So we have to really think in terms of high level business transformation. And so far, what is the ground reality is we have to bridge the gap between the two. Earlier, we used to have a balance scorecard. I'm reminded of balance scorecard. So balance scorecard primarily focusing 3-4 important points. One definitely is financial part. And the finance, when we really talk about the financial part, so we are looking for how is an employee contributing to the company's revenues. So the performance of sales folks or any other folks can be measured in terms of how much contribution has been made in terms of revenue. So this is also one of the parameter. Then second parameter is customer. I've already said in the beginning that we have to really think of customer perspective. This is very, very important perspective. I'm glad this conference, lot of people I can see from the discipline of management. And so when we really think of discipline of management, so we cannot ignore customer as a stakeholders. So customer satisfaction rating can be taken into account, and the popular terminology for customer satisfaction rating is CSAT. So the successful company could be the organization which really focus on CSAT. And the other aspect may be improved as a result of employee performance. In case if you have very high score of CSAT, you will have a very performing, improved result of employee performance. Then we also have other indicators of customer success like net promoter score, customer lifetime value, churn. So these are the few indicators that we can think of. The next important point that comes is internal score. So we have to really see the internal processing. How did employee performance make internal process more efficient, effective? I think in the beginning when this conference was introduced, somewhere it has been talked about the innovation part. So we have to improve our internal processes, and how the improvement will come? Improvement will come through the innovation. So we have to really work for the innovation part, and we have to excel. Employee, especially employee, has to excel in particular processes. We have to learn something from other organizations, those who are the progressive organization, and somewhere we have to improve the practices of innovations at organizational level. Next important point is capacity. Capability of company undergone a change due to employee efforts. You could have also seen the mediocre organization, or may the sick organization converting into the very effective or very healthy organizations or very performing organizations. So somewhere they also focus on the capacity building and the capacity building of employee. And when they work as a team, as a collective effort, and you can see the results. So the first part of the theme that is paradigm shift. Paradigm shift will take place only when we are working on the capacity building. And through the collective effort, definitely a paradigm shift will take place. I also want to talk about few key component of strategic performance management that we have. So a few points comes in my mind: goal setting and identification tool. So whenever you are into the goal setting process, either for the individuals or for the organizations, so somewhere we have to very clear alignment must be there, and we should also identify the tools, how the capacity building will be done, how the organization are going to achieve their desired goals. Then we have to come up with the outcome oriented system. Now time has gone where we used to have a conventional methods, but now we have to focus for outcome oriented systems. Monitoring is required. Whatever the system that we are designing, especially for strategic performance management system, so we have to correlate with the outcomes. Then next important focus that we have to really think of is workforce segmentation, segmenting employees into group based on performance parameters to easy monitoring and alignment. So in case if it is a huge organization, so we have to really identify and segment the people, segment the workforce. So how that will lead? That will lead for easy and monitoring, evaluation of our workforce. Ultimately, who is responsible for growth of the organization? That is the workforce of the people. Workforce can make it or break it. You may have a technical side, you may have technological side of organization, but you cannot ignore the employee side, the capital, human capital of any organization. Then you can come up with the seamless integration. Very important point that I want to share with all of you is seamless integration, enabling integration of employee performance management system and organization KPI dashboards for alignment of data. Now we are into 21st century. Every organization is equipped with, almost every organization equipped with technology. They are operating through the dashboard. So within a click away, you can simply verify the figure and checks, and you can see which area you are growing, which area you are lagging. So somewhere the corrective measures can be taken into account. Next important point for effective strategic management system is that you must have an effective communication. Those who are not performing well, you have to communicating within the time. Very effectively, you have to communicate with them that you are not performing as per the expected outcome or as per the assigned key performance indicator. So that communication should be given well in time. And those, especially from employee point of view, I'm talking about that initially you just make them a reminder, or you initially ask them that you are not performing well. So sometimes would be given for the corrective measures. Still they are not improving, then definitely we must have a effective communication, and that will also follow by some action in case if you want to make very effective strategic performance management system. Next important component is also important, that is feedback mechanism. So you have to share the feedback mechanism, and that has to be shared well in advance with all stakeholders. So whenever we want to make a very effective strategic performance management system, we have to really think of the communication part, and we have to share with given time to all stakeholders of organization. Then there is also accurate data from multiple sources. Nowadays, we are into the era of technology. So at times we don't get reliable data. So PMS could be a very successful or relevant until unless we don't have correct and accurate data from the multiple sources. So in research, we talk about reliability of data, validity of data, So even for a strategic performance management system, we must have accurate data and from the various sources. We receive data from the various sources, so we have to recheck. Then the next important and corrective measure that we have to keep in mind, that is employee development. Ultimately, who are the delivery people to whom the companies are relying? Companies are relying to our own employees. So employee development should be the utmost focus. Successful performance management system should be focused on bringing about overall development of every employee of organization. This can be done by setting clear goals, providing regular and timely feedback, and identifying the training needs of the employees. A platform with components like Feedback 360. Those who come from or not come from the science background, everybody is well versed about the 360. So 360 from a geometry point of view, that cover entire encompass. So overall evaluation or overall development, holistic development of employee is need of the hour. Then most of the time the strategic performance management system is connected with the pay or remuneration or compensation. Nothing wrong with it, but we can design in such a way that may be one of the reason, one of the source of motivation. So ideal performance management system should be dealing with performance management from compensation, while organization use the performance management platform to arrive at annual appraisal and increments. This is a means to an end, not an end. We also have enabler better performance. PMS should not only measure performance, but also help in improvement employee organization's performance. So this is very, very important perspective of PMS. I'll not take much time of yours. I will bind up within 2-3 more minutes talking about few more points, and that one point is coaching. Ultimately, you can have a very successful strategic performance management system if you are into a coaching. Coaching does not mean a literal meaning. So that is also from the stakeholder perspective. A real-time and continuous feedback system allows breaking down the silos and exists between employees and managers and facilitating frequent conversations. Frequent conversation ensure reducing frictions and overcoming with time these more development and more like managers, better people. So coaching, guiding, mentoring, this has become very, very important when we really think of strategic performance management system. Definitely research will help, and no doubt about that. One size, no one size fit for all. Whenever you are looking for a very effective performance management system, so we have to really think of customized performance management system. For example, a consulting firm coming up with a performance management system, the kind of criteria they are taking into account may not be fit to the manufacturing firm or to the academic institution. So the point that I'm trying to make is one size does not fit to all. You have to work on a very customized system. So in last, I would like to share some of the important parameters or important best practices of strategic performance management system. So that is very contemporary, that was used in 2020. So encouraging continuous learning among the workforce. So this is one area. Checking for buy-in regular intervals. So check and balance. This is the second important practice. Training advantage of sophisticated analytics. Putting in anti-bias checks and balance, very important. So whenever you are talking about performance management system, so at times people are charged, especially HR are charged with like this appraisal system or performance management system is biased. So you have to come up a system which is not biased in nature, then improving your decision-making system, promoting data-driven culture. So now we are into the era of analytics, artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics. So everybody is relying on technology. So you have to come up with the technology-driven system. Uh, so these are a few best practices. And lastly, one can also think of ROI. Ultimately, be it an individual, be it organization. So ROI become very, very important. So these are the few best strategic performance management system practices that I shared with all of you. And once again, I want to thank IPEM for inviting me, for having me at international conference. And I'm very, very impressed with the kind of practices that you have. So I think within the region, other institutions will also follow the practices, so IPEM may be emerged as one of the role model for rest of the institution in nearby area. So with that note, I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your views, specifically on the strategic performance management system. You also shared about bridging the gaps between personal and organizational goals for maximizing the productivity. And you also talked about capacity building, feedback mechanisms, 360-degree evaluations, employee development, coaching, guiding, mentoring. And of course, the last thing that you discussed was about one size doesn't fit all. So thank you so much, sir, for giving such uh, kind of a speech for our international e-conference. Now, next in our schedule is Dr. Gagan Kukreja, who is our presiding speaker. He is a program coordinator of MS in accounting and an associate professor in the Department of Accounting, College of Business Administration, University of Bahrain. He has over 24 years of experience in university teaching, academic administration, training, and research. He holds various professional qualifications such as ACCA, CPA, CMA, and CIS. Dr. Kukareja has also supervised many candidates for the PhD, master's, and bachelor's level, and his current area of interest is integrating reporting, corporate governance, auditing, blockchain, and big data. He has published over 40 research papers and cases in numerous international review journals. Further, he is an international review member of Pearson International and prepared solution manuals for Pearson's textbooks. Throughout his career, Dr. Kukareja has also received numerous awards, including Best Research Paper Award, Gold Shield, Commendable Research Paper Award, Bronze Shield, and Amity University Award for Global Case Competition 2021 during the 21st International Business Horizon in Bush Era World Summit 2021. Our presiding speaker, Dr. Gagan Kukreja, is now requested to kindly lead this e-conference. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. Thank you very much. First, please confirm, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much. So first of all, I want to thank the organizer, the conference organizer, for organizing this wonderful conference and inviting me for this very important academic event of any institution. Any institution is really ranked really top class if they have some research activities like organizing some international conference, seminars, deliberation among the scholars, and they provide the platform to exchange the ideas, research ideas, which has really meaningful impact to the societies and other stakeholders. So I really want to thank IPEM for inviting me and the other co-organizers like CTIF, Denmark, Bharati College, University of Delhi, and Ghaziabad Management Association. So it's a really a good joint venture activity which you are organizing this. And I can commend the theme which you have chosen for this particular conference, that there is a paradigm shift in business management, and it is because of technology, because of the some other globalization impact, climate change. So your business strategy is also impacted from external sources as well as internal sources. And that is the reason we normally teach our students that we have to do some sort of a pestle analysis, SWOT analysis, and always we teach our students balance scorecard developed by Robert Kaplan and Norton. So these are really very important theme which you have selected, and you are focusing on outcome based strategic performance system. And outcome based means basically you are trying to measure the impact of your actions. And even in the balance scorecard, Robert Kaplan and Norton mentioned that if you can measure something, you can manage something. So you should have a really a good KPIs. And in your theme, you mentioned that you are looking the strategic performance system from stakeholder perspective. And I can tell you that the researchers, they should go through from one theory called Mendeley theory, which talks about different stakeholders and their influence. So overall, I can commend the conference organizers to uh, for choosing the very appropriate topics, especially in the very dynamic business environment where technology is impacting us a lot. For the researchers, there are some tips I will share during my talk. And definitely, I really want to thank the other keynote speakers, like just now, Dr. Arvind Kumar was spoken on uh, strategic management, how strategic management can really empower the organization. He talks about goal congruence. He talks about the overall development of the organization through empowering the employees. And I'm really excited to learn from other renowned scholars like Dr. Shailesh Iyer, Professor Emunal, Dr. Azhar Kazmi, and some of these people are really writing good research papers and books. We come through from a different phase of our academic journey. And when I was looking the agenda of the conference, the many scholars are talking about very emerging and evolving issues like strategic development goals. Some people are talking about current HRM practices, green HRM practices. Now, because the whole world is worried about climate change, they are really concerned about the change in the climate impact on the society and the organizational performance, and the other aspect of the humanities. And now some researchers, they are presenting papers on digital currency, cryptocurrency, digital market, digital payments, corporate restructuring. Even one of the very exciting research paper is on Vedic philosophy. And some people are writing on the gender diversity, which is the SDG 5 goal. I noticed that one student is also scholar is giving a presentation on dark data, which is also a very exciting area for research. And CSR is really very evolving from many decades. Actually, from 4 decades, people are talking about CSR, ESG. People are talking about integrated reporting. People are talking about the various new disclosures in accounting or in financial statements or annual reports. So these are really very exciting areas for the research for the students. And I noticed that some scholars, some presenters are talking about their research on fintech, cryptocurrency, mobile banking. Some researchers are working on artificial intelligence, machine learning, and few students, scholars, they are working on the performance of mutual funds, brand awareness. So overall, I am very impressed that people are presenting their research here, and I'm sure they will be benefited from the expert opinions, expert feedback. And now we cannot deny the impact of technology even on our research. Now, in old days when I was doing my PhD, there was no much statistical softwares available. Now we have a range of the softwares available, starting from SPSS, EBU, Stata, and Vivo, and many other softwares. And students have now more opportunity to do the research at a more faster pace with ease. So I really thank everyone present here, and in fact, the candidates who are working in the qualitative research, they can also work on some emerging areas, especially from India now, like Adani crisis. So maybe students, they can write the case studies on valuation of Adani Enterprise, the internal control deficiencies within the Adani Enterprise organization, the governance issue. Corporate governance is one of the very important issues, uh, which is uh, which is really very prominent in many cases. So the auditing areas can be also looked into, and business model from strategic management point of view, how business model is developed by the Adanis. So the students, they can really, the researchers, they can think about those areas, and they can develop some cases on these emerging areas. And in fact, this is not something very new in India. This is going on everywhere. Couple of years back, 2 or 3 years back, there was similar matter arise in Germany, in fintech company called Wirecard. In China, there was one other case of Luckin Coffee, where financials are really manipulated, and research firms, they reported this kind of gross violation of laws, and sometimes it's more of ethical issues rather than legal issues. So I really commend the organizers to invite and give the platform for the scholars, where they have opportunity to exchange the ideas, exchange their research outcomes, and receive the feedback. And definitely now we have another very exciting source, Chat GPT. Chat GPT are really, it's a talk of the town nowadays. So how we can integrate Chat GPT? Chat GPT cannot really invent new research, new discoveries, but definitely it will help the researchers. So the researchers should really look into these areas as well. So from my side, I am done. So I will be available here for any question and answer. Thank you so much. And I really want to thank the organizer for inviting me and honoring me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for presiding this e-conference. Dr. Shailesh Iyer, Professor and Dean, CSEIT Rai University, Ahmedabad, is our keynote speaker for this international e-conference. He is a PhD in computer science, serving as a professor and dean with Rai University, Ahmedabad, with more than 20 years of experience in academics, industry, and corporate. He has patents to his credit and is editor for book projects with IGI Global USA, Taylor and Francis UK, and Bentham Science UAE. A hardcore academician and administrator, he excels in training, delivered 75 plus expert talks. His research areas include computer vision, cybersecurity, data mining and analytics, artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain. Sir, you are now requested to kindly deliver your keynote speech.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for the introduction. I would just like to summarize that I am really, it is just experience that is added to the credentials. Balance, it is just that I am a learner and a collaborator. So these two are the main aspects or qualities that signify me, and that is the introduction that I would like everybody to have. That is, be a learner and a collaborator, because that will take you to a lot of heights. With these words, I would like to congratulate the entire organizing team of IPM for this international conference, as well as the collaborators for the conference. And it was a pleasure being in the inaugural address. The inaugural address and the presiding address were wonderful. And I just, before sharing my screen, I have a few slides which I would like to discuss, few topics on this. But when I was invited earlier by Dr. Mona regarding being a keynote speaker for this event, so I just saw the title of the conference. I thought, where do I fit in into this? Because I am a core CSIT domain person. I am not from the management domain. So how do I fit in into this? But when I went into depth of this topic of the conference, I realized that, okay, if performance needs to be increased, if outcomes needs to be measured, obviously it cannot be without technology. So technology is not directly mentioned anywhere, but indirectly it is there in the entire process. So that is where I thought, okay, my role is much more important, probably because I'm not directly highlighted anywhere in the conference direct title. So with these words, I would just like to share my screen. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Fine. So I would just like to share my views on the conference related theme with a slight subtitle here as technology as a torchbearer in context of business outcomes. Now, whenever I talk about business, basically, I have also been, I'm also the IIC President, Institute Innovation Council President, as well as SSIP Director over here at Tri University. We have been rather motivating students to perform innovative projects, to give some innovation to the business plans that they have, whether they are from management domain, pharmacy domain, or any such domain. So obviously, I understand the importance of this topic. Now, if I just compare the traditional business, like I have a few examples that earlier we have used to have a lot of businesses which were actually somewhat showroom-based businesses, like maybe vehicles. Now e-vehicles are coming, but earlier we had scooters. So Bajaj, LML was a brand earlier, but because LML did not actually innovate itself, it did not actually make itself accessible to the public in terms of the public demand, customer expectations. So they were out of business, and now LML is not a brand anymore in the scooter market or the bike market. Whereas Bajaj has continued because they have innovated products. So ultimately, what happens is that you have to innovate yourself and you have to move from the traditional business mode to the digital business mode. Now, when I talk about the digital business mode, what I mean here is that everything is using technology. I'll just give you some examples here. Like earlier, I remember that whenever we used to purchase something, when we used to go to the shop and purchase it, whether it is provisions or anything. Now, later some apps came through which, or websites came through which we actually purchased online, but it took 2 days to deliver. Like if suppose I'm ordering something from Amazon, I'm ordering something from Reliance JioMart, anything, it takes around on an average 1 to 2 days to deliver. Earlier it was 5 days, now it has been reduced to maybe 2 or 3 days. Going forward, actually, there was a company called Grofers, which is now Blinkit. Now, this was earlier delivering on the second day of the order. Now they are delivering within 10 minutes, 15 minutes, or maximum 25 minutes of the order being placed. So what I mean to say here is that this is the change that business need. And this is done with the help of technology. You cannot think about any business where technology is not there. Whether it is Zomato, whether it is Swiggy, whether Uber, Ola, any business you see, you will feel that technology is the torchbearer. Now, if you take out technology from that business, probably we are nowhere. Or we are again to square one because we have to start with a lot of things. So earlier it was showroom-based business. Now it is technology outreach-based business. So that is the whole difference paradigm shift that we have had in the last maybe 30, 40 years of business that we have seen. So when I talk about this shift, right, I would just like to classify it into incremental, radical, sustaining, disruptive. Now we are at an age where we need radical and disruptive changes to come into business. COVID already has resulted into the entire business being rethink, or there has been a paradigm shift in the business methods, because earlier what was called, I mean, be it healthcare industry, be it IT industry, everything, we never visualized that we will be working from home, but we have worked from home also. There have been a lot of opportunities, there have been a lot of challenges, but anyhow we have overcome it, and right now probably work from home is still continuing in some of the IT companies because they find it more profitable from the company point of view. And employees are also enjoying it because they can spare some time at home also. So these are the shifts that are coming out in business, and disruptive is the word which I would like to term, because I have seen a lot of changes coming in the entire, 2 years that we have seen right now. I mean, probably one of the eminent changes is that I am delivering a keynote speech sitting at Rai University campus in my office at Ahmedabad, and I'm delivering it to an August gathering where I have a lot of scholars from different parts of the country and maybe outside the outside India also. So this is an opportunity which probably COVID has given in terms of a boon. It is a boon because though COVID was not that good for us, but anyhow this is a boon because I have been gaining from this a lot, because collaborations, be it any kind of tie-ups. Basically, this has happened faster because of the online system that we have inculcated right now, and online learning, online delivery, online systems. So everything is online now. So this is something which has actually been disruptive because technology has disrupted the entire way the things have been carried out earlier. So rethink, reimagine, reinvent, and disrupt. So these are the core, you can say, words that are redefining the thing. One more thing which we need to see it, because of the limited time, I'm just going on some aspects of it because it's a very huge aspect to talk about if I talk about technology. But when I talk about one important thing that is changing the way companies are analyzing their business, companies are analyzing their whole way the work is done. That is called actually their business analytics and dashboard. So there are a lot of software there are a lot of particular tools which can be used for business analytics, like you have Pentaho, you have Tableau. These are very much used for Power BI. These are very much used for business analytics. Most of the companies have started using it post 2020. Earlier also they were using it, but they were quite few in number. Now they have increased a lot. So this is the view that we have. This is a dashboard view. I can actually filter into any component of these stated here. Like if I want to see the revenue for a particular quarter, I can go into that also. I can slice it and see. Everything is possible through the dashboard. So this is something which has revolutionized the way we look at the performance. Earlier we used to have tables. Now tables are gone. Now everything is in form of charts and dashboard. So this is something which we actually want to look at. And this will be optimizing our things. Employee performance. Again, one of the speakers earlier said that employee performance, customer satisfaction, all this needs to be measured. For these measurement, nothing best than these tools. If you want to collect any feedback, it can be an online feedback using any form which is created digitally. And from that feedback, you can get all the kind of charts that you want. You have to just know what you want and you can get that done through the system. So that is basically what technology is. Technology is at the fingertips. So that is what is changing the entire domain, how we are working. Now, when I talk about sustainability, actually there are 17 sustainable goals, which is known as sustainable development goals, which have been defined by the UN. And out of this, actually, these are the 5 areas where I think, other than business, where this is very much important that technology will drive the entire scenario. Good health and well-being, because without business cannot thrive if you're not healthy. So this is a very much important prerequisite over here. Decent work and economic growth. You need to take care about your employees, then they will be working for you. There have been numerous instances where employee satisfaction has worked wonders for the company. Sustainable cities and communities. Again, what I'm talking about is smart cities, responsible smart cities and villages. So these are very much important because this is what the future is all about. Responsible consumption and production. This is again very much important for the supply chain management to move forward. And climate action, climate change. This is one important parameter where a lot of businesses are now thriving and a lot of startups have emerged. So how can we use technology and business in these 5 sectors is very important. I've just prepared a small overview of what a pan-India smart solution can look like. What do citizens require? What do people require? What does industry require? What is the overall concept of a smart city? So I'll just not go into full depth of it, but I'll just main parameters I'll just define here. First important requirement is that e-governance and citizen services. So this is very much important that e-governance should be provided and citizens should be aware that what all kind of schemes have been devised for them. Right now, government has a lot of schemes, but people are not aware which scheme is for them. So they need to be educated regarding this. If there is any grievance from there, and that needs to be addressed. Video crime monitoring. So a lot of things are covered under e-governance. So this is one important criteria where citizen is coming first. We have normally in business consumer first. Similarly, if government is a service provider, then citizens are the stakeholders, or you can say customers. So citizen is important, is at the center of the government from the government point of view. So here citizen services are very important. Second is waste management. Now, lot of startups have emerged in waste management. This is probably a very innovative type of thing. Like yesterday, I was just seeing a serial called Shark Tank, which is coming on Sony TV. So in that, actually, one person had started a business of collecting waste. That is the kabadi wala. That means the scrap and waste, newspapers, etc. And he has developed a system which is an e-business out of that. So this is something very innovative that is our unorganized sector. It's not that credible, but yeah, we can yield credibility based on these parameters. So waste management is again a very important thing. And here waste management does not just mean the collection of waste and segregation of waste. It is total automation of this. That means right now healthcare workers are risking themselves because they don't have any protective gear. So we need automation in the entire thing. A robot comes to collect the waste. A robot is used for separating the waste into different compartments: wet waste, dry waste, e-waste, etc. And then the recycling also can be done by the robot. So this is something which probably can be replaced very easily by robots. And we should, the only challenge is cheap robots which are cost effective. That is a challenge which needs to be built upon. Water management, again, water is a big problem. By 2025, water is going to be one of the rare entities if this kind of wastage continues. So smart meter management is there, leakage identification. So everything is covered under water management. So we can have a system for this. Energy management, again, these are all areas where businesses can thrive rapidly. Energy management, already a lot of renewable sources of energy and energy efficient buildings are being built up, and they are going to be the future because people are now looking at a better lifestyle with alternative energy sources. So this is something which I feel would be the future. Urban mobility, again, number of vehicles are increasing, parking problems are there. How do we manage the traffic and the parking? How do we have smart transport solutions? So that is something which is concerned with urban mobility. Healthcare has already started, and we have started healthcare through a telemedicine system also, because only those emergency cases need to go to the hospital. Otherwise, through telemedicine, video conferencing, we can have healthcare solutions. Skill development centers. So all these are the ask of the hour. Now, my visualization of a smart farm, smart village, is something like this. In 2000, by 2030, in India, we should be having such kind of farm. And this is a huge market. Again, small tractors for small farms is a bigger farm. For small tractors for small farms, you can have small drones. So all this can be very cost-effective solutions where the farmer can sit in his office and govern the entire farm at his fingertips. So this is something which I feel should be the future of technology in business, because farming is going to be a business. It's not going to be a service where you say that, okay, farmer is not looking at profits. Farmer is just to feed the country. That concept needs to go. It is going to be, everything is going to be measurable. Everything is going to be profitable. And this is what technology can provide. Now, for this, what do the researchers need? First of all, as academicians, I feel that we should go to the industry. We should go to the field. If I'm looking at agriculture, I'm working on a few agriculture related projects. I'm working on one education related project. Now, I cannot sit in my office and I can govern how these projects are moving. I have to take my students to the industry, to the farmer, to the farm, get the details from the farmers, and then start working on their problems and solving them. So the innovation mantra here, since innovation is also one of the themes of this, and we cannot separate technology, innovation, and business now. It is all integrated into one. So there are 4 C's here, which I say collaboration, because collaboration has a huge power. In the last almost 2 years, I have delivered more than 90 plus expert talks. I have 5 books to my credit, edited books with global publishers, having global editors with whom I have not met them directly. It is all through LinkedIn and online. So this is what collaboration power is all about. You don't need to be in the same city, same area, same education institution to collaborate. So this is the power of collaboration. Communication, again, you have to share your thoughts, questions, ideas, and solutions. So communication needs to be effective. Creativity needs to be there. Critical thinking or out of the box thinking needs to be there. And you need to have, I would like to add a 5th C, that is called compassion. Compassion is something which you are passionate about the work that you're doing. If you're doing something, some business also, for then society should be at the core, customer should be at the core. So there should be a passion. Profit is of course one motive, but passion is very important. So with these words, I would just like to say that the new normal mantra is be socially connected, but still we are not out of the COVID threat. So observe physical distancing. So with these words, I would just like to stop sharing my screen, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you so much, sir, for delivering your keynote speech and sharing your views on technology and this performance management system. Now, next on our schedule is the address by guest of honor, Professor Emmanuel Award, Associate Professor, Management, University of South Africa. Professor Emmanuel Award is an associate professor in the School of Management and Leadership at the Management University of Africa. He is the current vice president in charge of research and education at the African Institute for Supply Chain Research and a senior partner at Deloitte Consultants, a research and consultancy firm based in Nairobi, Kenya. He holds a BSc degree, postgraduate diploma in education, MBA, PhD in business leadership, as well as postdoctoral fellowship from Wellcome Trust, UK. He has published widely in peer-reviewed journals, as well as making presentations at various local, regional, and international conferences. He has in the past undertaken tasks for GIZ, Wellcome Trust, UNDP, CAPYEI, EUTF, MasterCard Foundation, among others. Sir, you are kindly requested to deliver your address.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I hope I'm clear. It's early morning in Nairobi, so let me share my slide first of all. Uh, yeah, sorry for that. I'm hoping you can see my slide. My voice can be heard. Can somebody just confirm?
Yes, sir. Your voice is audible and the
Uh,
screen is also visible.
Good. Yeah. So again, thank you so much for the invite. It's a very early morning in Nairobi, and I'm delighted to be part of this international conference. First of all, I must congratulate IPEM for organizing this. I think this started much early last year. And when I was invited, I'm not in the hardcore strategic management area, but of course I'm in business leadership area. So I just thought about it and said to Dr. Mona that why not me share about the dynamics of digital entrepreneurship. So indeed, my presentation is not very far from the presentation that Dr. Sailesh ER has just given on technology as a torchbearer. I just realized that we have very similar thoughts and almost not very different presentation, even though I'm giving mine from an African perspective, as it were. I also want to thank the earlier presenters, Dr. Arvind Kumar, Dr. Gagan, and of course, Dr. Sailesh, who's just made a presentation, and the others, Dr. Azar Kasmi. So thank you so much. The Institute for organizing this presentation. I think this is a presentation that is very important, looking at the paradigm shifts in business, looking at strategic performance issues with regard to stakeholder perspective. I've listened to the first and the second presenters, and I really must appreciate that they have highlighted that issue very well. So again, on the basis of time, I'll not, I have slides here to share, but I'll not go through all of them. I'll just try to pick on what I think is important. And just like the presenter who came before me, Dr. Sailesh Kumar, talked about leveraging on technology. I guess in Africa, that's now the paradigm shift, you know. If we are not going to see that coming and accept it, then I think we are almost doomed. And that really the basis for my thinking about the whole thing. So my presentation will be very brief. I'll look at the global digital economy. Of course, I said my emphasis is on Africa. Then some of the challenges, the opportunities then look at digital entrepreneurship, because ideally COVID-19, I think, brought it much earlier, especially in Africa, to the extent that now we understand that without this, I'm now attending a conference, I think miles away in India, and just seated at home in Nairobi. So this is all about where we are going to. I think 4 or 5 years down the line, I would have struggled to look for an air ticket, a visa to travel for the conference to India. But now I've had very wonderful presentations from industry experts, just right from the comfort of my home. So that is basically where to go. And I think my interest is basically to see how Africa can tap into this as it is. So as you see, everything is, and I think earlier presenter like Dr. Salesha have just summarized this, that the world is just going global and digital technology is becoming a major driver to economic growth. I'm happy about the examples is given on India about the digital transformation. And what I can say is that that's a global phenomenon. And I think Africa, we are still way behind. And that's why some of us scholars in this space of management and leadership already seeing this and trying to advocate for leveraging on technology in almost every sphere. I've enjoyed the digital city, which I've seen, a digital farm, which I've seen presented by Dr. Sailesh. And I guess that's basically where the world is going to. You have a footnote there that tries just to give the situation as it is. And it says that the use of digital technology is expected to add about $1.36 trillion to the global economy. That is this was actually by 2020. So you can see when we are talking of 2023, then the story is actually very different. I think that just goes to explain how critical the digital entrepreneurship space is already. A lot of economies in Africa have been dependent on raw material, but again, you can see things are moving. We are moving away from dependence on raw material and more dependence to information flow. Economy is evolving from flow of commodity to flow of information. And I think that's where the opportunity is. And that is where we should put emphasis on as countries, especially countries in Africa. So I guess entrepreneurs have to look at things like that. We have to be more responsive in terms of marketing, high levels of collaboration. And that's why I said my talk is very much close to Sailesh's talk. I think he gave a presentation where he talked of an era where we're going to look more into collaborative environment and collaborative technologies and collaborative research. And I guess that's where digital economy is taking us. So it's also important to note that digital economy will reward originality and value addition. So basically, as you think about going digital and you think about the global economy being digitalized, so think of it in terms of rewarding more of value addition and originality. So even as we look at fintech applications and fintech farms, and we look at all these new aspects of digital entrepreneurship, I think the first thing is to identify the problem in the community. And once you identify the problem, then look at how you can solve it from the perspective of the customer in a very fast, efficient manner. I guess that's really the value that you want to add. And that's where the whole gist of the matter is. As I said, this slides is just for guiding. I may not read everything, but I just point to some of the key things on the basis of time. What I'm just trying to portray here is that the key is things are changing so fast. I was just trying to give an example about how the world is changing and changing very fast. And from the illustration I've given here, I'm just trying to show that a company like Yahoo, you see, declined an offer of, from here, you can see, had a chance to buy Google, that is 1 million. Yahoo was then worth 120 billion. And in 2022, they had a chance to buy Google for 5 billion, as you can see there. Then in 2006, they had a chance of buying Facebook at 1.5 million US dollars, and they declined this. But you see later, it was bought for 4.8 billion. So things moving very fast. Opportunity that you don't take now, within a very short time, it's going to be lost. So the gist of the matter here is that the digital space is changing so fast, and we need to be able to get into the bandwagon before it leaves us. So to remain relevant in the digital economy, you need to continuously innovate. And I think that's the key word here, innovation. And those of us who are interested in the digital space, we have to constantly think of digital. Now, if you look at some of the advanced economies in the world, you'll basically appreciate that a lot of them leverage on technology. And the reason why I'm looking at this is that I'm trying to compare this and then make a point for the case of Africa to be able to see how the others have advanced digitally and realize that we have an opportunity in the digital space for us to be able to make any meaningful difference in a way forward. So the economy of African countries can be transformed by leveraging on technologies like cloud computing. And that's really where the thing is. The time is gone now for overdependence on natural resources, which already are dwindling, if not, or they have the prices in the global economy are quite erratic. So that's really where the space that I'm advocating for us to be at. And you can see, I think this illustration just tells us that we have no option but to adopt the digital space, because that is where the current thinking is. In this slide, basically, I'm trying just to portray that wealth now originates from information and digital resources. And so all of us, especially us here in Kenya, must just appreciate that it's no longer business as usual, doing it the traditional way, but we have to advance and see that now we have to embrace technology. And basically, this slide is just trying to explain the same, that the information age is where we are. And a lot of our operations, a lot of our outlets then basically needs to adopt this. The world has become very digital, and the dynamics of businesses, basically to leverage and technology is the way to go. That basically is what I'm trying to portray here. So digital entrepreneurship involves applying of digital technologies like some of those that Dr. Sailesh has talked about. Cloud, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and all those have to be put into business. I guess a lot of our students, young people, mostly below 25 years of age, are becoming very smart in developing apps that basically are assisting organizations in lending to farmers through maybe mobile applications, and they're able to reach people even in remote areas. And some of these applications basically then again helps farmers in marketing, showing them maybe the prices in the market, where the offers are good, where to take their products, and these are things that have to be appreciated. And if we don't adopt that, then I think we are in the wrong business space. Now, this entails three things: the vision, that is your business objective, then the technology that you have to apply, and the strategy, the how of doing it. And I think those three are very critical if you are to look at the digital space. Now, again, I'm just trying to say that it's encompassing all sectors, agriculture, and we've just seen a very good example from the past presenter on a smart farm. Smart cities, in the media, in real estate, in education. I think all of us, I don't know whether it happened in India as well. 2019, when COVID came, I think most of us are not used to offering lectures by Zoom or virtual learning. And I think it just became sort of a paradigm shift. And we had to move very quickly to adopting use of Google Meet and use of mobile applications like Zoom. And that has gone through all over the industries, conferences. As I said, I have the privilege and the honor to address this conference right from my house in Nairobi. And I think all this is as a result of the digital space. And indeed, it's a game changer and a paradigm shift in business. And there's no way we can avoid this. I think this slide is just a little bit of history, trying to show how various others were able to get into this space. Now, I'm trying to demonstrate here, using this slide, that indeed, it is, so this is just a quotation that it has been demonstrated that intensive use of ICT by business in different sectors and across business functions not only fosters growth, but also creates more jobs, right? In the context of maybe my country, there's been some people, you know, there's always a problem in new things and in changing. And a lot of the diehards have always thought that if we embrace technology, then they're going to lose jobs and things like that. But ideally, we should be able to understand that we actually then end up being more efficient in our businesses and even creating more jobs. So I guess that's something that a message that needs to be spoken all around. So you can see the digital advantage if we are talking about marketing, right? In social media marketing, in email marketing, in SMS marketing, in online marketing. So I guess it's just presenting the whole lot of opportunity that we can get in that space, you know, SMS and email marketing and all those are some of the advantages that basically we'll get, social media marketing and all those. I guess online marketing, I think I've explained that. The internet offers immense possibilities for encounters and solidarity. This is something truly good. And it's a shift that then, as I said, we have no option but to adopt. Africa's population is now going to about 1.4 billion people, moving very closely, and that's a huge continent. And that basically means that adoption of technology, of course, exposes you globally, and you're not limited to Africa. And that's the message that I keep preaching in terms of why we need to enter that space. And one of the things that a lot of researchers just produce is that automation will basically enhance your productivity. But as I said earlier on, we need, first of all, to look at the niche area. What's the problem that we want to solve? And what are the strategy that we want to use to solve it before then leveraging on this and creating that shift in productivity that I'm talking about. You can see quite the same in terms of yourself. Set up an e-commerce. So over 1.5 billion people are involved in online buying, and that is according to UNCTA. And I think this figure is already quite high given the dynamics of time. A lot of my early presenters talked of putting customer focus at the center of your leveraging on technology and even in your strategic performance. And so I'll not belabor on this. And I think every application that you're putting into place, the key thing is it focused on meeting your customer needs? And I think that's interesting. Operational efficiency is also critical, and we've all seen that. It provides, enhances collaboration with digital tools, provide anywhere, anytime access to information, you know, and I think that's also an area that is important. Now, coming now to the core of digital entrepreneurship, then what I'm trying to say here is that, again, digital transformation is a change in business strategy that leverages in the use of innovative digital technology. That's basically the concept of the digital entrepreneurship that then leads to digital transformation. And I think all of us in this space, we are maybe moving slowly in Africa, but this is the right time. And that is why a lot of our researchers are pointing towards everybody looking at how to get into this space, you know. And this basically gives us the digital model, which I've tried to explain. At the core is the vision, then the culture, then the process, then technology just comes. So technology has got to be hinged on a proper vision, the mindset, the cultural orientation has to change, and then the processes. So you must align your vision to your culture, to your processes, to technology for it to benefit you. Otherwise, again, it may not be able to benefit you if that alignment is not there. So again, some important things for us to ask ourselves is, how is technology affecting my business or industry? So from any perspective, we have to look at that. How can I improve my customer experience, right? Again, leveraging on technology. Given the technological trends, will I still be in business tomorrow? Yeah, and I think Dr. Yenga also said that we really must be able to focus and look at the current trends. If we keep doing things the old way, and I think he gave some examples of farms in India that have not been able to see, and I think there's so many here that I could give examples locally in Kenya, in Nairobi, of those that have not been able to see this coming and basically have been thrown out of business. Are there other ways of making money from my business? Can I do my business online? What can I do different? So I guess that's soul searching in terms of what can be done and how you can do it differently. Some of the models are free models that we all know about. Then there's the marketplace models. Examples, a lot of Airbnb that is coming up, OLX fits in that. There you can adopt the free freemium model. For example, examples of Spotify and LinkedIn, and all those I think are critical. So the first rule of any technology used in a business is that automation applies to an efficient operation will magnify the efficiency, right? But if you apply to an inefficient system, then again, you're seeing you're magnifying the inefficiency. So key thing is that you must have clear vision, clear strategy for technology to be of use. The second is that automation applied to an inefficient operation will magnify the inefficiency. So I think let's take note of that and know that even as we think of digital, we need also to think about streamlining our processes. So some of the key strategies in the success of the digital space is asking ourselves again, does it provide a solution to a problem? And I think that's where to start. To start by looking at a problem. I look at maybe my city, Nairobi, I look at Africa, what's the problem? And then how can I leverage technology on that? You know, we have lots of problems in terms of farmers accessing information on when to plant, what to grow, farmers accessing markets, where are the prices in the following markets, where do I take my good, you know, access to information, access to financial services deep in the rural areas, you know, and that's why a lot of interesting technologies have come up with fintech applications that makes farmers be able to borrow money and pay maybe with some small interest, even in the deep rural areas, that then assist them in uplifting their small businesses. I think that that's very important. Does it create unique value? Does the process leave you with more money? Can you deliver your value proposition? Are they willing to pay for your solution? And I think that's very important. As an inventor, you are looking at if you solve the problem, will then that lead to people willing to pay for it? And I think that's critical. Now, just to sum up, I was just going to say that yes, this space I think is all over, and the use of blockchain technology is also taking over in digital entrepreneurship, and that goes on with cryptocurrencies and bitcoins and fintech. And these are things that then we just have to adopt. Otherwise, then the world is going to leave us behind. So again, I must say, as I said, I was just trying to be very fast within the 15 minutes. I couldn't read everything, but my slide will be available online, or I leave it with the university for anybody who wants to scrutinize some of the things and share your thought, especially on how we can use technology in Africa as a way of leapfrogging and basically solving our problems and societal needs and meeting the rest of the world where they are. So in conclusion, I'm saying there's an emerging global economy that is digitally driven. We've all agreed there, and it presents challenges as well as great opportunities. And we want to zero in on the opportunities. So we must leverage the immense power of digital technology to build and grow our businesses in Africa. As already Dr. Sailesh has spoken for the case of India. So let me speak for the case of Africa. And we really need to do the same. We need to embrace some of those concepts I've seen, smart farms, smart cities, and I guess that's where we all want to go. So with that, I'm very thankful again and humbled and privileged to have shared some of my thoughts with regard to the paradigm shift in business in Africa, and especially with a special reference to Nairobi, Kenya. So I think with that, I beg to stop sharing my screen and maybe wait for any questions later. So thank you very much, the presenters of the conference, for having me. And I look forward to listening to the other presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm done. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah, thanks. I'm done. I'm done. Thank you very much.
I think, Mona ma'am, you are not audible.
Am I audible now?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir, for your wonderful address. Now we have with us Dr. Azhar Kazmi, who is the chief guest for this international e-conference. He is a renowned author of business management books, including the book on strategic management that has guided the academia for years now. He is presently associated with King Fahad University of Petroleum and Minerals, Saudi Arabia, as visiting professor of management. He has 13 books, monographs, and chapters in edited books, 65 case studies, and 3 book reviews to his credit, besides 62 published research papers and articles, out of which 38 papers have been published in referred journals and 24 in non referred journals. He is a member of editorial board of 34 journals and reviewer of 25 international journals. He is also the member of advisory and academic boards of 15 educational institutes. Sir, you are now requested to kindly deliver your address.
Okay. Thank you very much for introducing me. I hope I am audible and visible.
Yes, sir, you are audible and visible.
Okay. And do I have my 15 minutes or lesser?
So you have your 15 minutes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. I am indebted to the IPEM Ghaziabad for inviting me to address this conference, and grateful to Colonel A.S. Malhotra and the team at the Institute, particularly Dr. Mona Sahai, who has communicated with me all throughout the preparation for the presentation. Thank you, Dr. Suruchi Satsangi, Dr. Anubha, Ms. Manisha from the institution, and to my co-panelists, Dr. Arvind, Dr. Gagan, Dr. Salesh, and Dr. Emmanuel. The conference theme, outcome-based strategic performance management system with stakeholders' perspective. Now that's quite a mouthful, and it took some time for me to really understand the theme. And it comes out that it's quite a specific theme in that sense. It's aiming at just one type of system in the organization, the PMS, the performance management system. And among those, usually we have the input based, the process based, the output or outcome or the results based. the conference theme is only focusing on outcome based, and that also it wants to look at from the perspective of stakeholders. So it's quite a challenging theme that and as we see the performance management, I have just about 4 or 5 points to talk about, and these are some observations rather than any theoretical. I think somebody can please mute yourself. Is getting disturbed. So performance measurement has always been an integral part of organizations and management. On one side, it's connected to planning. On the other side, it's connected to the control and the reward systems. So, and you see, performance measurement as such, not the performance management system as such, but performance measurement has been a traditional activity in organizations since a long time. And what we see is that, like, say, for example, in project implementation, performance management has always been there. For example, in terms of milestone reviews and so on. Now, why did we shift to outcomes based? Outcome based or output based or result based? Now, my observation is that the shift from input based and the process based performance appraisal to outcome based performance management. This is quite a comprehensive concept that way by itself. So how did it come about? I think the reason could be the necessity of including intangible parameters. Because traditionally, we had been measuring performance based on quantitative measures, and these quantitative measures were primarily financial measures. And apart from financial measures, we also had physical measures, like units of production, for example. So these were the bases for performance measurement. But when we faced greater complexity of the environment and the consequential impact, creating higher complexity within organizations. And this came about, I think, post Second World War, where we find the environment becoming more complex, particularly after the early 70s. And that's the reason why by the late 80s, we had a serious reconsideration of how we were looking at performance measurement. And that's how we came up with a broader, more comprehensive ideas about performance management systems as such, and how to place them in the configuration of the planning, in conjunction with the planning system on one side, which would provide the standards or norms, and then to the control systems and the reward systems on the other side. Because that was the end results of using the data or the results that we got from measuring performance. So that's one point. And that's the reason why my first point that I would like to make is that there is no perfect performance management system in this world. There's no perfect performance management system. Whatever attempts we have been making, like this frequently talked about, which many of the previous speakers have referred to, the balanced scorecard, for example, it's a huge improvement. It's a huge improvement over what we had. And as I said, from that traditional mindset of using financial parameters alone, we got a scorecard that was balanced in terms of using both financial and non-financial parameters, like, say, for example, the customer's perspective, or taking into account the internal business processes, or growth aspects, or capacity building aspects of organizations like innovative capability, and so on. So basically, why there is no perfect performance management system is that we have a great variety of factors to consider in performance measurement. So that's the reason where we have. The second point I'd like to make is that performance management systems are context dependent. And that partly explains why there are no perfect performance management systems. Because performance management systems are dependent quite a lot on the context in which they are used. I'll just give some examples to you. Like we have a great complexity when we think of performance management. Where is this complexity? Where when we look at organizations, we have performance appraisals of individuals right up to the performance appraisal of the whole organization. And in between, we have from the individuals, we have, or coming from top down, from the organizations, we have the divisions or departments or SBUs or profit centers or heads of departments, and down to the individual managers and to the employees and so on. So in terms of the organizational hierarchy, there are a number of levels at which performance appraisal takes place. In terms of the time horizon, for example, we have short-term appraisals to medium-term appraisals to long-term appraisals and so on. When we look at parameters, for example, we have the lower order parameters to higher order parameters. Lower order means like at the level of the employee, like level of the operator, for example. We can measure performance simply by measuring the units of production per day. So that could be a good index for measuring the performance. But when we move to the higher order, I mean, you cannot measure the performance of a manager similarly. And that's why it becomes context dependent. So at what level are we measuring performance? And that will determine the methods of appraisal and so on and so forth. And then, of course, we have the operational performance management systems and the strategic performance appraisal systems. The operational, we are, in fact, that's well established by now. And the control cycle that's very frequently talked about. And I think all students in the audience, they will be immediately, they'll immediately recognize the control cycle in terms of having, starting from the standards or norms, measuring performance, comparing the actual performance with the standards, finding the deviation, taking corrective action. That's how we go the control cycle. So the control cycle provides a very firm and effective basis for operational performance management systems. It's at the level of strategic performance of management system. Let me call them PMS. So strategic PMS that we face the real challenges. And it's here that the last point in your theme, the stakeholders' perspective, they become really important. And as we know, when we are looking at stakeholders, we have a great variety of stakeholders too. That again impacts the thing, PMS being context dependent. So we have a large number of and a large variety of stakeholders, right from internal stakeholders like starting from the board of directors to the chief executive to profit center heads and departmental heads and so on, or financial controllers, audit and executive committees, and corporate planning departments, and so on. So there's a great variety internally as well as outside too. So we have like the media, for example, or especially the business media focusing on corporate performance. And then, of course, the major role played by the government regulatory authority, including the stock exchange as well as the securities regulatory authorities, like we have SEBI and so on. So we have a large variety of stakeholders, increasing the complexity of the PMS. So my point, so there is no perfect PMS, and the PMS, they are heavily context dependent. So this is, you can consider it as one single point actually, because they are quite related. My second point that I would like to make is that we are very clear that behavior of people affects the performance. That's very clear. That's established by research, by observation, by intuitive understanding. That behavior affects the performance. If I have a positive attitude towards my job, my performance would be good, or generally be good. And if I have some problems or have some negativity in my behavior, or some angularities in my behavior, they are going to affect my performance adversely. So that's taken as granted. But are we aware in organizations especially that what type of performance management systems we have, they affect the behavior in the reverse order? So that's also a significant aspect that is a neglected aspect and maybe could be taken care of by research scholars in your audience. So how does the performance management systems, they affect the behavior of people? Because intuitively, subconsciously, when we are operating in an organization, what we find is that the type of performance management systems that we are subjected to, that will be used to evaluate our performance, we tend to conform to those, especially to the criteria that are laid down for evaluating performance. And therefore, in order to look good in the eyes of the performance appraisal systems that will operate here, we tend to modify our behavior. We may do it consciously or subconsciously, but that certainly happens. So this is the second observation that I would make, which is somewhat neglected aspect, which is there. My third point is, it's a very simple point, but because it's simple, maybe it's not so obvious. And I'll put it very simply, let those who are to be evaluated know very clearly on what basis would they be evaluated. That's an essential condition for any performance management system to operate effectively. But that, I don't know why, but within organizations, my personal observation, that organizations, in fact, they tend to sometimes ignore this aspect. And employees, in fact, they are not very clear on what basis would they be evaluated. So they should, it's unfair to evaluate anyone without telling that person, look here, you will be evaluated on these criteria. So that, and they should be informed well before the appraisal cycle starts. So this is the third observation that I would make. My fourth observation would be related to what my two previous presenters have done. Dr. Emmanuel spoke a lot, and Dr. Sailesh Iyer also spoke a lot on technology, and that's a very significant issue. As we go forward, technology may drive the implementation of performance management systems even more than it is doing now. like technology is affecting, and much has been talked about. I won't refer to that again. But technology and also innovation in sense, So we may have many innovative, creative applications via technology that we would be using in the implementation of performance management systems. Researchers would like to focus on how this can happen. So people in technology area, especially in ICT area, may like to see, and I think your institution has both. You are having the management department and the IT department. I was just looking to your website. You also have a law department and education. Quite an eclectic combination. So ICT people, and you can have internal collaborations too among the faculty, and research scholars can also look to this aspect. As I said, especially in the ICT area, but how ICT applications could be used to make PMS implementation more effective. So that's my fourth point. My final point would be about the research aspects. Now, my research area is not the performance management system. Only incidentally, I tend to look at performance management system because my interest primarily is in the area of strategic management. But strategic management does consider, especially in strategy implementation, we focus a lot on performance management. Now, a very brief comment on the research aspects of performance management systems. As we see, we have had a very healthy development phases, in fact, and this goes back to, if you look to literature in performance management, you will find references as far back as 1920. So it's quite a rich literature on performance management of 100 plus years. But what we find is that much of the work, especially in the earlier part, 50, 60 years, have been more on the appraisal process within. So it's more about how to have better annual reviews, for example, the annual performance appraisal exercise, or what we have in government organizations like the what do we call them? Annual ACR, annual confidential reviews, and so on. So much of the work has been done on those aspects of appraisal components, the components of the appraisal process. So much of the effort has gone that side. What is needed now in research is to look at performance management system holistically. And that's why we need to grasp the complexity with which the typical performance management systems have to deal with it. Like, say, for example, how would performance management system vary in their application? Because they are context dependent. So how would they vary, for example? And we know that they do vary. Like in private, if you look to sectors, private sector, mainly we'll find a particular type of performance management systems operating, or like in public sector, we have had a long tradition in public sector, especially in our country, India, where we had very creative and innovative applications. Like long back in 1987, 88, we started using the MOU system for evaluating public sector enterprises performance. And then I think 2011, we came up with the result framework document, RFT. I think we seem to be working fine with public sector evaluation. So that's one context. Or you look to some other context, like evaluating the performance of NGOs. Now that's a totally different context. How would one evaluate the performance of a non-governmental organization or a not-for-profit organization? So these are the complexity that we need to look at in terms of the researches that we wish to focus on. overall, what I find is that research focus should more heavily focus on, or more sharply focus on the holistic performance management system as such. So that's what I have to say. These are the points. Points more in the. That's why I didn't create a PowerPoint, because I thought I'll share my observations of reading and working in this area for a long time. These observations, and I hope these help you to formulate some thoughts, and maybe these issues will come up during the paper presentation at some point. Thank you very much, especially to Dr. Mona, for hosting me to the conference, and I look forward to working with your institution also, maybe some later conferences or in some other way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your such informative address. Now, for the vote of thanks, I would like to welcome Dr. Suruchi Satsangi, co-convener of this international conference, who is also working here as an assistant professor at IPM Ghaziabad. Over to you, ma'am. A very warm good morning to our honorable speakers and everyone who are attending this international e-conference. I, Dr. Suruchi Satsangi, on the behalf of IPM and entire fraternity of the Institute, thank all our speakers for imparting a lot of knowledge to the participants. It's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks. First of all, my sincere thanks to all the dignitaries for making this international e-conference happen. Along with them, I would also like to thank our speaker, including our inaugural speaker, Dr. Arvind Kumar, for inaugurating and initiating this conference. Our presiding speaker, Dr. Gagan Kukureja, for leading the e-conference. Our keynote speaker, Dr. Shailesh Iyer, for delivering such a wonderful keynote speech. Our guest of honor, Professor Emmanuel Award, and our chief guest of the day, Dr. Azhar Kazmi, for gracing this event with your presence. It really means a lot to us. We wish for a collaboration with you all in coming months and year. Thank you so much. All the very best to all the faculty members for conducting this international e-conference, and all the very best to all the participants for presenting their research paper in this international e-conference. Now handing over the stage to Ms. Anubha. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to request all our participants to kindly turn on their cameras for a group photograph. All our participants are once again requested to kindly turn on their cameras so that we can take a group photograph. All our speakers are also kindly requested to kindly turn on the cameras. Please wait while our technical team is taking a speech. Okay, thank you everyone. Now you can turn your cameras off. Now, before officially moving towards the technical session 1, I request all our participants to kindly put their microphones on mute and keep their cameras off for the smooth progression of the conference. Now, for technical session 1, our first title of the paper is Affordable Clean Energy and Climate Action, a study of Uttarakhand women in achieving sustainable development goals. For this paper, we have 3 presenters, Dr. Nirmesh Sharma, Associate Professor and HOD, BBA, Quantum University, Roorkee, Dr. Mausami Goyal, Associate Professor and HOD, B.Com, Quantum University, Roorkee, and Ms. Divya Sharma, Research Scholar, Uttarakhand Technical University, Dehradun. Ms. Divya, are you with us?
Hello, am I audible? Hello, everyone. Am I audible? Hello, everyone. I'm Divya Sharma. I'm the research scholar of Uttarakhand Technical University. And I'm doing my PhD from Uttarakhand Technical University under the guidance of Dr. Mausami Goyal and Dr. Nirmesh ma'am from the Quantum. And today I'm having an opportunity to present my research work, that is affordable clean energy and climate action. And as you know, that I belongs to Uttarakhand Haridwar only. So my study is also is also for their Uttarakhand also, and it's totally goes on about the women's who are achieving their sustainable development goals, how they are helping to the government, or you can say to reach the goal of 2030 of the SDGs goals, that are 17 goals that we are all aware. So this is just brief about my research work that I did in the year of 2020, 21, 22. 2 years I took for gathering the data and the research, some case studies also. So this whole topic, whole research paper is work run around 3 things, that is sustainable development goals. Second is about the beauty of the Uttarakhand, or you can say the queen of the Himalayas, or the and third thing is the achievement and the case studies that I when I was going on the study, I was taking the data from the field. Then I find the many of the women who are working in this area, in this factors, how they are facing so lot of difficulties and a lot of problems while achieving some simple targets, daily work targets, that how they are difficult to them, that they are getting this target of getting some coal फॉरेस्ट, these type of छोटी छोटी कुछ ऐसी प्रॉब्लम्स थी जो मैंने खुद अपनी फील्ड में जाके देखा कि उत्तराखंड की वुमेन्स को, उनको अपना एक छोटा डेली मर्जे का काम करने के लिए कितनी प्रॉब्लम होती है। हमारा जो पेपर है, मेरा जो रिसर्च पेपर है, हम लोगों ने जो ये बनाई, हम लोगों ने उन्हीं के लिए डेडिकेटेड किया है, क्योंकि एसटीजी जो गोल है, एसटीजी के जो 17 गोल है, वो हमारी डेवलपमेंट के ऊपर डिपेंड करते हैं कि हम लोगों को, हमें क्या अचीव करना है, क्या नहीं करना है। और इसी को लेकर हम लोगों ने रिसर्च पेपर बनाया कि क्या उत्तराखंड की जो महिलाएं हैं, जो वुमेन्स है, वो इस एसडीजी के गोल को डेवलप कर पा रही हैं। जब हम लोगों ने ये स्टडी स्टार्ट की तो सबसे पहले हमारे दिमाग में कि हमारे पास एसडीजी क्या होता है, व्हाट इज एसडीजी? इट्स अ सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल दैट इज आल्सो कॉल्ड ग्लोबल गोल्स। Okay, it was started in the period of 2015 and it's a total एक एक्सपैंड बनाया गया तो 2015 से लेके 2030 तक हम लोगों को ये 17 गोल हैं जो एसडीजी ने, यूएन जनरल असेंबली ने इसको एस्टेब्लिश किया था 2015 में, कि हम लोग 2030 का ये जो 17 गोल हैं हमारे, हम इनको अचीव कर लेंगे। मेरा पेपर जो है, हमारा जो रिसर्च पेपर है, सिर्फ एक गोल पे डिपेंड करता है, दैट इज गोल नंबर 13, विच इज टेकिंग द अर्जेंट एक्शन ऑफ कॉम्बैट क्लाइमेट चेंज एंड इट्स इम्पैक्ट। ओके, सो these are the goal 13 that sorry, I just come on my Hindi language. I'll try to keep just talking in English only. Now, the goal 13 is totally on the focused on the climate change. As you know that my topic is only affordable clean energy and climate change. So, first of all, let me introduce you what is SDG. SDG is a sustainable development goal, which is also called the global goals. It started or established in the period of 2015 by an UN General Assembly with the 17 goals, 17 target to be achieved by the year 2030. Now it's 2023, it's going on. My study was totally completed up to 2022. Okay, in this era, in this era of, ma'am, I'm not, can I share the PPT?
Actually, ma'am, every presenter gets 5 minutes for presenting. So your 5 minutes are actually over. So you can just wind up in next 2 minutes if.
Sure. Okay, then I'll just give you a little brief about what I did in my studies. This is all about the information of about the position of them. See this. Let's jump to the case one. The case one is of Sonia. She's a lady who is working in Uttarakhand, and she was for the she works for the fire that we catch in the forest. She make a group. So she made a group of different members, and they just come to the forest and just. So these are in this my research papers. I see just either some case studies, some priority action that are done by these, some reports that I'll shared and studied during my presentation. So finally, I last in my recommendation that I will suggest in after completing this my paper, that first of all that we should avoid we should completely demolish this factor, that is gender description, because in Uttarakhand there is lots of gender discrimination is there. The women in Uttarakhand are not allowed to do some little sites of business. So so to conducting this, achieving this goal 13 in Uttarakhand, the first suggestion and recommendation that the government should do, that just remove the gender inequality in Uttarakhand and allow the Indian women, Uttarakhand women, to join and come and take an initiative to do the work, because these are the only first hand in the Uttarakhand that's who are doing the work from the core. They are doing they are developing these climatic activities from their home. So I just say only that the women of the Uttarakhand should encourage to do the work, and the government should take the initiative to just encourage these people, these Uttarakhand women, to make an initiative and work for them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Next title is Green Human Resource Management, Trading on the Path of Sustainability. Presenters for the same are Dr. Rajni, Associate Professor, Bharati College, University of Delhi, and Miss Tushti Chakrabarti, Bharati College, University of Delhi. I request Miss Tushti to kindly share her screen and present her paper.
Yeah, is the screen visible?
Yes, yes, it is.
All right. So good morning to one and all present here, esteemed guests, panelists, and fellow presenters. My name is Tushti Chakrabarti, and I'm currently in the final year of my graduation. I'm grateful for this opportunity to present a review article that I wrote with the help of my professor, Dr. Rajni. We are standing at the threshold of an unprecedented climate crisis, and there is no denying that there indeed is a crisis. Before I delve deeper into the subject, I'd like to share that this is a review article that I've written, wherein I reviewed extensive literature from the past available on the matter. In addition to this, I took the ESG reports of Infosys from 2021 and checked whether there is any application of green HRM policies in their company. All of my article is based on secondary data, and the focal point is the exploration of the topic green HRM. So climate change is one of the most pressing concerns of all times, and to steer clear of the worst impacts of it, we must transform the way our businesses work, since they lie at the forefront of economic growth and development. Businesses also produce pretty much everything that we consume and are largely responsible for the current state of affairs. So naturally, the onus of making amends also falls upon them. The need of the hour is to introduce policies in an enterprise that contribute to achieving profit and achieving sustainability practices along with it. So without the involvement of people, incorporating green initiatives will not be possible. The HR function becomes the potential contributor in bringing about the requisite change. Green HRM, the integration of green policies and HR functions, steps in and acts as a conduit to reduce the overall impact on the environment of a business concern. So these are some green initiatives that could be employed by different corporations to at least kickstart the process of achieving sustainability in operations. So we've seen that most of these are already being followed. Green printing, sharing emails, teleconferencing, and work from home, thanks to COVID-19, have been adopted. Companies could also put in place gardens in their premises that use compost manure out of the degradable waste that they generate. Green HRM practices start when an employee joins an organization and continues until the end of their term. So in order to put together an effective green culture in an enterprise, it is necessary to have effective HRM practices that include deploying rigorous recruitment strategies, performance appraisal, and reward systems which create an environmental awareness and gives rise to a collective sustainable consciousness in the organization. So I'll discuss each of them briefly. Green recruitment and selection includes the process of hiring individuals who are enthusiastic about sustainability and making the earth a greener, cleaner, and a better place to live in. So the company could ensure that the interview should be made in such a way which seeks to understand the potential compatibility of the candidate with the company's goals. The induction program should be designed to provide new recruits with information about sustainable development policies and commitments, along with green goals of the company. Now we come to green performance appraisal, which would include the integration of green goals of an organization with its performance appraisals and reward system. So environmental performance standards could be developed as KPIs and performance could be accordingly measured. Green training and development seeks to diffuse environmental awareness among the employees, train them how to use resources sustainably, and they can conserve energy while igniting a passion for problem solving. So green compensation could include a benefit package and a variable pay component in the compensation system for rewarding employees. Green rewards can include the use of workplace and lifestyle benefits ranging from carbon credit offsets to free bicycles so that people engage in sustainability. So to reiterate, I took the ESG reports of Infosys Limited for 2021 and observed the following. So due to COVID, work from home, Infosys brought down its overall carbon emissions by 46%. But again, that is something that happened due to COVID. Their buildings are energy efficient, and this has also helped them achieve carbon neutrality for the same year. But the most relevant thing that I saw in their report was the introduction of an employee development program named Green is the New Swag, which is a continuous learning series aimed at strengthening awareness on making ecosystems and lifestyle sustainable. So the employees in their organization learn from the best sustainability practices and are inspired to bring change in their lives and communities. People pick up from their workplace habits and incorporate them at their houses. Green initiatives in any organization make employees aware of different aspects of environment management. It helps them embrace different methods of environmental conservation, including waste management within an organization. It also sharpens the skill of employees to deal with different environmental issues. Corporates must never forget that the prosperity of a business lies in caring for its stakeholder, and the environment is a prime part of it. Green HRM steps and acts as a conduit to reduce the overall impact that a business concern has on the environment. Treading the path of sustainability with green HRM is the way to go. And there are miles to go before corporations can go to sleep. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pushti. Now, our next paper is a study on use of digital currency by consumers. And the presenter of this paper is Ms. Ripu, Assistant Professor, Department of Management, Chandigarh University, Punjab. Ms. Ripu, if you are with us, kindly unmute yourself. Okay, our next paper is an overview of digital payment network in India. And the presenter for the theme are Dr. Komal Jaiswal and Dr. Priyanka Jarolia. Sorry. Assistant Professor, Lengya Vidyapeeth, Faridabad.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you're audible.
And if my screens are visible, I'm sharing.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Komal Jaiswal, Assistant Professor in Lingyas Vidyapeeth, Faridabad. And this research paper has been prepared jointly by me and Dr. Priyanka Jarolia. She is also an Assistant Professor in Lingyas Vidyapeeth, Faridabad. I would like to, first of all, I would like to express my gratitude towards the organizers of this International E-Conference of IPM Ghaziabad. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to present my research paper in this E-Conference. Moving on to my research paper. The topic of my research paper is an overview of digital payment network in India. This is a quote by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. I dream of a digital India where the world looks to India for the next big idea. So as we all can see that our country is moving towards becoming 100% digital. Though most of the people, like few percentage of the people are not using digital methods, but we are in progress of making our country a digital country. So this is the vision and mission of our country, of our Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister, that we have to make our country 100% digital. The digital revolution is taking not only other countries, but in India also. And India is at the phase of digital revolution, which will basically transform the way people live, work, communication, and socialize. I think all of you will agree with this. Like if we will see that the people, like the citizens of our country, if we will see it 10 years ago, the situation, the scenario was not as it is now. And most importantly, if we will see after COVID, most of the people are moving towards becoming digital, because उस समय फिर हमें ये need, it was the need of the hour कि हमें digital बनना ही है. है. So COVID के बाद most of the people have been moving towards digital world. So we have been witnessing this transformation. Now there are numerous of payment options which are available for the consumer. India has witnessed significant growth, and in these 2-3 years we have significantly witnessed a huge percentage of growth in the use of digital payment network. So what is digital payment? Digital payment is a method of payment which is made through digital modes. So in this, the payer and payee both utilize digital modes to send and get cash. So it is likewise called electronic payment also. As you can see that the digital payment includes 4 phases like registration, invoicing, payment selection, and payment confirmation. So the research paper has been presented keeping in view the need of the study is that in the present era, digital payments are the need of the hour. So this study has helped in finding out the various modes of digital payments and its future scope and challenges, which will ultimately help in improving its applications. What are the objectives of the study? First is to know about the various types of digital payments in India. And the second one is to study about the future and challenges of digital payments in India. So as you can see on your screen that these are the various methods of digital payments which are available in India. First is NFC or MST transformation waves platform companies have come up with making transaction through NFC. What is NFC? It is near field communication, and MST is magnetic secure transmission technology. So it is like without swiping or card also, like through point of sales machines, one can easily make payment to the merchants. And the second one is digital wallet payment system. Third is mobile money identifier. It is also known as MMID. It is a 7-digit unique number which is issued by the bank once we have registered our mobile number with the bank. Fourth is UPI app-based payments platform. And the fifth is QR code-based payment system, QR code. Now, I would like to say that what are the major challenges that we have been using digital payments? So what are the problems of digital payments that till now 100% of the population have not been using digital payments? So first is lack of trust among people in digital payments. Obviously, it is one of the basic.
Dr. Komal?
Yes, sir. Yes.
I would like to request that please wind up your presentation in next minute.
Okay, yeah, sure. So, second is lack of knowledge and awareness among uneducated or less advanced people. Third is less reliable due to scams and hacking cases. Fourth is loss of internet connection. Fifth is delay in processing of cashback by e-commerce companies. Now, what is the future of digital payments in India? So it is very evident it will take time to become completely cashless economy. It will need complete support from people, and obviously the next thing that is required, it is trust that we have to give to the people. And another basic thing that we have to see that digital literacy, we have to provide digital literacy and education to the citizens of the India so that they can trust the digital payments in India. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Komal. Now, before we move further, I request all our participants to kindly complete your presentations in 6 minutes, as we have various presenters with us today and we would like to give time to each and every one of us. Thank you. Moving along the schedule, our next paper is a study of corporate restructuring and its impact on financial performance of merged companies, a case of Tata Steel and Bhushan Steel merger. The presenter for this paper is Dr. Abhay Kant, Assistant Professor, Agra Public Group of Institutions, Agra. So you can now share your screen and start presenting the paper. Yeah, Dr. Abhay, can you hear me?
Just good afternoon to all. Am I audible to all?
Yes, you're audible, sir.
Just a minute. The topic of my study is a study on corporate restructuring and its impact on financial performance of merged companies, a case of Tata Steel and Bhushan Steel Merger Limited.
Sir, is there any issue in presenting? Hello, Dr. Abhay. उनको दोबारा बुला लें क्या? Hello, Dr. Abhay.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, yes, you're audible now.
Ma'am, there's a network glitch due to some technical issues. I'm just reverting back to my presentation.
Okay, okay, not an issue, sir. You can continue now.
Okay, ma'am, just a minute. Just a minute, just a minute, just a minute.
Sir, would you like to present after another presentation, if it is all right with you?
No, no, I'm just continuing it. The slide is visible to all?
Yes, yes, it is visible now.
The topic is a study of corporate restructuring and its impact on financial performance of merged companies, a case of Tata Steel and Bhushan Steel Limited. Moving to the basically the need, as we know that the merger and acquisition are considered as a developing and enhanced technology which helps in reducing the cost of integration. By using this strategy, company acquire a good sick entity having a having a good motive behind the mergers. Sometimes banking the merger are usually raising for economies of scale, synergy, and technological transfer, and many other motives behind the merger. Every single industry needed to calculate its business extension depend upon the requirement of the present scenario. Now the most important objective of this study is to know the impact of merger and acquisition on financial performance of selected merged companies. I have framed 4 hypotheses on the basis of profitability, operating performance, liquidity performance, and market test ratio. These are the research methodology. I have taken 7 years data. Thereafter, these are the profitability ratio of both the companies in pre and post merger scenario. After this, I have applied t-test, and on the basis of the t-test, the following hypotheses are showing these 4 parameters. After this, I have seen that there is basically all the hypotheses are not having a significant relation, means there is no change. But as we know that the merger is a very huge process and it will take time to show its impact. On the basis of this, the huge integration cost is involved, which cannot be covered up in a single year. So it will take time to cover up the cost. Thereafter, all the hypothesis clearly indicates that there is a change, but change is very minute in nature or insignificant that we can nullify it to gain good returns in future. At the last, corporate restructuring is a technique by which a company can frame its future plan, gathering and money making plan. After this, a company sometimes utilize its resources to become efficient by utilizing its assets and getting good market power and raising economies of scale and many other motives. On behalf of this, it helps in securing tax reduction as well as cost reduction by using various cost saving techniques and meeting out the competition as per the present scenario, and also enhance the value of the firm after the merger. Thank you for the opportunity to express this paper in such an international conference platform.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next paper is Enlightening Vedic Philosophy, the Third Eye for Modern Management. The presenter for the same are Dr. Mala Rani, Associate Professor, Bharati College, University of Delhi, and Ms. Archita, MSc Economic Behavior and Governance.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope my screen is visible to all.
Yes, now it's visible.
Okay, so the topic of our research paper is Enlightening Vedic Philosophy, the Third Eye for Modern Management. This paper has been co-authored by Ms. Archita. She is a master's student in University of Kassel, Germany, and myself, Mala Rani. What is management? The concept of management broadly revolves around managing the precious human resource that an organization acquires and nurtures. Because otherwise we talk of financial management, marketing management, production management, operations management, even strategic management and innovation management. But all of you must agree with me that all these management, in fact, we are managing the human resource. And you will also agree with me that even if we don't have a very good quality land and capital, the two major resources, and we have good quality human resource, those poor quality land and capital can also give good results. On the other hand, if we have very good quality land and labor, land and capital, but our human resource is not up to the mark, all that goodness of land and capital goes waste. So we say that for being a good leader, we must have a large number of followers. But the Vedic philosophy says that I must follow them because I'm their leader. To be a good leader, one must be a good follower. One must understand the characteristics of and the capabilities of the followers so that one can manage them properly. Now, what are ethos? As far as Oxford Dictionary is concerned, the characteristic, spirit, and beliefs of community people, which distinguishes one culture from the other, is ethos. Ethos is a discipline that examines one's morality or the moral standard of the society. Ethics derived from ethos means expected standards in terms of personal and social welfare. It includes honesty, morality, responsibility, etc. Now, as far as Indian ethos in management are concerned, the values and practices that Indian culture has contributed to service, leadership, and management. These values and practices are rooted in Sanatana Dharma and have been influenced by Indian philosophy. Application of principles of management revealed in our ancient wisdom, described in Vedas, Upanishads, and Bhagavad Gita. Now, as per IEM, Indian Ethos in Management, who can be a worker? As per IEM, Indian Ethos, Tatatvam Asi. That means everyone is capable and has full immense potential. And we also say that Aham Brahmasmi Paraspara Devo Bhav. यानी मैं तो ब्रह्म हूँ ही और हम दोनों मिलकर भी देव बने. So this is the criteria of being a good worker. What is work? Work is yagnacharyartha karmaha. Here we say that work is worship. Work should be nishkam karma. Next is, what is the objective of work? Atmano moksha arthaya jagata hitaya cha. क्यों काम करें? Why should one work? One should work for one's own betterment and also for the betterment of the world. Then how this work is to be performed? According to Indian ethos, yoga karmasu kaushalam samvatvam yoga uchayate. No mediocre or substandard work or performance is acceptable as far as Indian ethos are concerned. Here, the target is the perfection. What is the spirit of work? Why, with which spirit should we work? We must work for yoga karmasu kaushalam and seva plus tyaga, nishkam karma, once again. So what is the importance of resources in Indian ethos in management? Indian ethos says that no one is worthless. Sushma sulaha samanha. Even a very minor or a very base level worker is equally important as per Indian ethos. So what are the 5 E's of IEM? One is ethics. This leads to energy. Next is excellence, which leads to ecology and economy. Okay, now let us talk about the difference between Western paradigm and Indian paradigm. In context of Western paradigm, we talk of economic value of prime importance. They say that whatever money or economic value we earn is important, while in case of Indian paradigm, we talk of spiritual value. We say that even if we are not earning too much of money, but if we are spiritually wealthy, we are actually wealthy. As per Western paradigm, work is transactional, while Indian ethos say that work is transformational. Western paradigm talk of exploitation of resources, while Indian philosophy says, let us regenerate the resources. Here, the idea is scarcity of mindset. We say that things are very less. We have very less resources and we have too many demands. While in case of Indian philosophy, we talk of abundance mindset. We say that whatever we have is too much. Whatever we have is much more than what we can enjoy in our whole life. Here, the idea is in Western paradigm, independent or dependent worldview, while in case of Indian philosophy, it is interdependence. We say the whole world is one. Here, the product, service, and profit is the criteria. While in case of, yes.
Sorry to interrupt you, but the 7 minutes have already passed. Would it be possible to wind up in another 2 minutes?
No, I won't take even 2 minutes. Let me complete it in 1 minute only. Here, basically in Western paradigm, we talk about brainstorming. But Indian philosophy says that rather than storming, let us focus on brainstilling and let us meditate to find out new ideas that ultimately helps the organization. And another concept of Indian philosophy is CSR 2.0. We all of us talk about CSR, but 2.0 says that not only focus on the financial aspect of corporate responsibility, rather the organization must focus on corporate socio-spiritual responsibility. Therefore, the spiritual upliftment of the workers is also equally important. This is a model which is called Rishi model. Here we say this is corporate Rishi model, 5K model, and this was developed by Subhash Sharma in 2002. And he said that a good manager must re-see RE and SEE, re-see to become a corporate Rishi. And he gave the examples of Ratan Tata, Narayan Murthy, and Ajim Premji, who all are the corporate Rishis. According to IEM, wisdom manager is more important than knowledge manager. Gyan Chakshu, the third eye, the eye of vision, intuition, insight, and foresight are superior to Gyan. Spiritual quotient is far more important than intelligence quotient and emotional quotient. As per Indian ethos, consciousness is the root, harmony is the vehicle, and perfection is the destination. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The next title of the paper is Sugarcane is the fuel that powers our lives. As we grow and prosper, so does the industry. The presenter of this paper is Ms. Priyanka Srivastav, Research Scholar, Department of Social Science Economics, Dayal Educational Institute, Deems to be University, Agra.
Good morning, everyone. Is my screen visible to all?
Yes, your screen is visible, but I guess there is some issue in the voice.
Maybe some technical glitch at my end. Am I audible?
Actually, the voice is repeating.
1 minute. Am I audible now?
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah. See, my topic is sugarcane is the fuel that powers our life. As we grow and prosper, so does the industry. Ethanol, an introduction. Ethanol was first made in 1796 by John Thorbus Lovix, a German-born scientist. Ethanol is a kind of organic liquid that is used as an important industrial chemical. It is generally known as alcohol, which is colorless, volatile, flammable in nature. Its chemical formula is C2H6O. The molar mass 46.07 gram per mole. Boiling point 78.37 degrees Celsius. IUPAC ethanol. The density is 789 kg per 1. The classification is alcohol. As a solvent and fuel in the synthesis of other organic chemicals in a variety of everyday products such as nail paint, soap, scent, sanitizer. Apart from this, now the attempt to mix it in a certain quality in performance product is also increasing the progressively. Waste to waste. Only one thing of the sugarcane crop is converted into molasses or sugar product. The remaining 2/3 are just waste for the sugar industries. The progress of ethanol industry has not only increased the revenue of the sugar industry by converting this waste into an efficient product, but has also ensured proper disposal of waste. From the sale of ethanol to oil marketing companies, sugar mills have earned around rupees 53,000 crores in revenue between 2013-14 and 2020-21. The sale of ethanol is expected to generate revenue of over 18,000 crores in the current 2021-22 year. The secret revenue growth. This is a chart which I have prepared comparing industrial production of ethanol from raw material of consumer. The basic raw material of ethanol production can be sugarcane, maize, other sugary grain, grass, or agriculture waste. The ethanol manufacturing factory buys all these raw material from the farmers. These mainly includes farmer sugar mills like Bajaj, Dhampur, Mawana, Sugar Mill sell ethanol products here to Bharat Petroleum, Indian Oil, HP, ONC, etc. These companies buy ethanol and blend with petrol, which is then sold to the consumer. Conclusion. This data is a clear indication that if we increase awareness and necessary facilities in the field of ethanol production, there is still a huge potential of progress. India ranks second in the world in sugarcane production, while fifth in the ethanol production. Our share in the total global production of sugarcane is about 29%, but when it comes to ethanol production, our share is in global production is only 2%. This is an area whose exploitation will nourish the environment and at the same time benefit our farmers, industries, international trade, and in a way of our entire economy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Our next title of the paper is Science Mapping for Sustainable Organization Change, 2-Decade Investigation. The presenters of this paper are Ms. Priyanka Singh, Research Scholar, Uttarakhand Technical University, Veera Lakshmi Babu, Professor and HOD, COER School of Management, Roorkee, India, Rajesh Kumar Upadhyay, Professor and Dean, Graphic Era Hill University, Dehradun, India, and Monica Srivastav, Professor and HOD, DIT, Dehradun.
Good morning, ma'am. Are my slides visible?
Yes, the slides are visible. You can now start.
Okay. A very good morning to all of you, right? Today, the topic for my presentation is science mapping on the field of sustainable organizational change. So first, I would like to elaborate upon the topic that is sustainable organizational change. Sustainable organizational change basically talks about the understanding of that a business has to convert, business has to change over a period of time. However, this change need to be a sustainable change. That means people need to be in process, the external challenges must be faced by the organization, and the sustainability, that is long-term benefit and productivity of the organization, need to be maintained. The concern that we have raised over a period of time, ma'am, my slides are visible?
Yes, it is. Those are visible.
Okay. So few of the things that we have reflected over a period of time, that this study is going to be based on the understanding of sustainable organizational change. The background is basically going to focus upon understanding the adoption of tools and techniques that are being opted for sustainable organizational change. The research objectives that we are focusing in our study, that is, we have tried to cater the 2-decade study, that is from 2000 to 2022, about the research articles which are going to cater about the content that is being described over a period of time for the sustainable organizational change. Second, we have also tried to understand and go for a content analysis using a Prisma framework, which is going to talk about the noteworthy contributions. So for this research, we have looked forward for the research methodology under the model of SBP, which is basically going to talk about considering a systematic literature review of Article 115. We have talked about a bibliometric analysis, and through the bibliometric analysis, we have looked forward for the inclusion criteria of 11,000 in 134 articles. Inclusion is for 2 decades, and this is the entire data has been taken from Scopus database. The exclusion has been based on the articles which are absolutely considering towards business management practices, open access, English, and article. The content analysis for the systematic literature review has been taken for after the clear understanding and the scrutiny of the articles which we have derived from the Prisma model, and then final 115 articles were considered. Here are the list of the topmost contributors in terms of the countries. United Kingdom, United States, Australia, France, Netherlands hold the top 5 position in terms of their contributions, as their contribution stands from 3,000 to 1,000 to 1,900 each. If we talk about the productivity, we can see we have considered the journals which have citations above 200. So one of the most prominent journals which have came up in terms of sustainable organizational change are related to Journal of Clean Air and Production. It is related to the business strategies and the environment. Then we also have a journal name as Sustainability, which has a significant contribution towards the sustainable organizational change documentation. Then one of the most important part of our analysis through the bibliometric analysis, that was keyword analysis. We have tried to understand the key areas which have been picked over a period of time, that is from past 2 decades, which are going to cater towards the sustainability, that is sustainable development, concern towards the climate change. Corporate social responsibility has emerged as one of the important factors. Many studies have been concentrated through case studies and then try to elaborate upon the concept of sustainable organization change management, leadership, innovation, and yes, not to forget, human as an important factor in the sustainable organizational change. Then we have also listed upon the major contributors in the field of sustainable organizational change, and these citations are above 2,200. Now, if we come down to the major findings and discussions of our study, the major elements that have been identified as the contributors towards the sustainable organizational change are clear vision, employee engagement, involvement, effective communication, flexibility and adaptability, and appropriate resources that are being provided by the top management. Above than that, when we went into the content analysis, few of the major findings which have emerged over a period of time, that is the role of the psychological training has definitely impacted the understanding of sustainable organizational change and even mobilizing the change in the organization. Few of the leading trainings in the areas are emotional intelligence, workplace mindfulness, leadership, organizational change, and definitely an understanding of environmental sustainability. If we look forward for the theoretical implications, definitely this study is going to be a huge mobilizer for understanding the change. Looking forward for the practices that can help in organizational development. This will definitely contribute to the existing theories of change and understanding the behavioral or the psychological aspects of it. This will also take us to understand the social responsibility that need to be highlighted with respect to the sustainable organizational change through the mode of organizational working. If we talk about the practical implication of our research, this is definitely going to bring a lot of improved working and practices that can help in terms of improved change management practices. It is going to increase a sense of competitiveness amongst the organization in terms of understanding where they have to move towards more adaptive kind of strategies, more innovative
Ms.
strategies.
Shweta?
Yes.
You're now requested to kindly wind up this.
Yes, we are just with the last slide. So it is also going to look forward for the better stakeholders, increased sustainability, and improved financial performance. Final, if I like to conclude, sustainable organization change is one of the most important things that we need to look forward. Not only the organization, rather than all the stakeholders have to make an attempt to move towards it because that is the need of the hour. If we don't move towards a sustainable organizational change, probably the purpose of evolution of an organization is going to decline. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. The next title of the paper is A Study on Factor Influencing Work-Life Balance of Women Teachers with Respect to the Higher Education. The presenters for the same are Ms. Shweta Sharma, Research Scholar, Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies, Faridabad, Haryana, and Professor Dr. Neeraj Kumari, Professor Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies, Faridabad, Haryana.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, it is visible.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Okay, good afternoon, one and all present here. I, Shweta Sharma. The topic of my today's presentation is a study of work-life balance, or we can say that a factor influencing work-life balance of women teaching professionals or women educators with respect to higher education. I have done my work under the guidance of Professor Dr. Neeraj Kumari, Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies, Faridabad. So basically, work-life balance means when we give the equal time to our family and work as well as. So it is become difficult for the women educators after COVID-19 pandemic to maintain a proper balance between the personal and professional life. So work-life balance is concerned for those who are interested in the quality of work life. In the higher education, women teacher experience strain among the work responsibility and family responsibility. It is observed after the COVID-19 pandemic. So basically, background of this study that work-life balance become the most challenging issue in the corporate, as it is becoming difficult for the employees to maintain a balance between the personal and professional life. So because of change in organization, along with increasing pressure and stress in the organization, so it is becoming difficult for each and everyone to maintain the work and work and professional life, personal life, sorry. So I have studies more than 25 papers for the literature review for this paper. So in this paper, the first study is basically based on that there is an unlimited demand and resources is scarce at workplace in the case when we feel stress. So organization need to focus to improve the work-life balance of the teaching professionals. Okay, so work-life balance can be characterized as an appropriate blend between the job and the individual life. It principally managed to keep a solid harmony basically between the work and personal life. So now come to the objective part. So the main objective of the current study is to understand the factor influencing work-life balance of women teaching professional with respect to higher education. So I have covered the Haryana region for this study. I have covered Faridabad colleges and university and Sonipat college and university. So the total data collection is 500 respondents for the same, 250 from university and 250 from college. So major findings are, first is flexi timing, reduce working hours and other facility at workplace, keep them positive or not. So according to the study, we can see here, like most of the respondents agree that the flexi timing, reduce working hours and other facilities at workplace keep them positive in the life. Okay, we can see here like 41% responded I strongly agree, 24.8 are agree. So we can see in the chart. So it is concluded that most of the respondents are agree with the above statement that organization should provide the flexi timing, reduce working hours and other facility at a workplace to maintain the work-life balance. Next, we have flexible work arrangement and job sharing. So in my questionnaire, there are 25 questions for the same. And I have mentioned 6 to 7 database. So it is also concluded that most of the respondents are agree with the statement that flexible work arrangement and job sharing keep them work freely. Okay, if there is a positive relationship with the subordinates and the superiors, and if there is a flexible work arrangement and job sharing, you can schedule your lecture, you can arrange your lecture, you can shift your lecture. So it gives freedom. It gives in that this type of environment, assistant professors can work freely. Next is provision of child care responsibility. We can see most of the organization, few of the organization provide this facility in the education sector. So if the organization provide this facility, so it is beneficial for the a female assistant professor and associate professor. So most of the respondents are also agree with the given statement that organization should provide the provision for childcare facility at the workplace. Next is institutional policies. So institutional policies of work-life balance, most of the respondents agree that institutional policies are work-life balance is as per the fair as per their norms. Okay, so it is some faculties are saying that they are not satisfied with the institutional policies. Basically, it is observed when I have taken a focus group discussion with the faculty members. So it is observed that professors and associate professors feel that they are satisfied with the education policies and in institutional policies. But when we are talking about the assistant professor level, when we are talking about the fresher faculty, so it is concluded that they are not satisfied with the institutional policy. Provision of health, safety and welfare. It is also in the above statement, it is also concluded that organization need to focus on health, safety and welfare facilities, holidays and
you are now requested to kindly wind up this presentation.
Okay, ma'am, give me 1 minute. I will wind up. Holidays and leave policies are also in the favor of the women educators, okay, to maintain the work-life balance. As we all know, women need more holidays as comparison to men, because they have they have to maintain the family life also. So they need more holidays. So organization should provide that. Now it is conclusion that there are mainly 8 to 9 factors. There are n number of factors which affect the work-life balance. And I will conclude only there are 8 to 9 factors, major factors which affect the work-life of women educators, like flexible work arrangement, job sharing, educate provision of healthcare facilities, childcare facilities at work. So organization need to, there are n number of organizations which are focusing on the childcare facility, but there is need to for the improvement. So we have to focus, the organization need to focus to provide the childcare facilities and all the facilities at workplace. This is from my side. Thank you. These are the references.
Thank you, Ms. Shweta.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, so the next title of the paper is Corporate Social Responsibility and Sustainable Advancement Purpose. The presenters for the same are Ms. Prerna Sethia, Assistant Professor, School of Commerce and Management, Lingyas Vidyapeeth, and Akshita Mehra, Research Scholar, School of Commerce and Management, Lingyas Vidyapeeth.
Good morning, everyone. Let me just share my screen. So is the screen visible to everyone?
Yes, the screen is visible.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my presentation. Let me just start by expressing my gratitude to all of you for coming today. Let me begin by just outlining my own background. My name is Akshita. I'm a PhD scholar in management at Lingyas Vidyapeeth, Faridabad. This paper was co-written by Ms. Prerna Sethia. She is an eminent assistant professor in the School of Commerce and Management. So as you can see on the screen, our topic for today's presentation is Corporate Social Responsibility and Sustainable Advancement Purpose. I ought to present the concept of social responsibility and sustainable advancement purpose to all of you, along with the related concept, as well as how businesses may play a major role in achieving the sustainable evolution goals by engaging in corporate social responsibility. So let me just start by giving you an overview of the corporate social responsibility and sustainable advancement purpose. A type of business practice called corporate social responsibility seeks to hold companies accountable to society and have a positive impact on it, being environmentally friendly, eco-aware, and promoting equality, diversity, and inclusion in the workplace, and treating employees with utmost respect. Giving back to the community and making sure business decisions are ethical are some of the ways that companies can embrace CSR. Hence, talking about sustainable advancement purpose, Sustainable Evolution Goals were adopted on 25th September 2015 by 193 countries to end poverty, protect planet, and ensure prosperity for all as a part of new sustainable development agenda. These goals focus on mobilizing the efforts globally to end poverty and create equal platform and opportunities for all. So the Indian CSR regulation and Sustainable Evolution Goals were both adopted at the same time and appear to have enormous potential to create cohesive sustainable growth model. Sustainable Evolution Goals are measurable targets and measurable outcomes from the CSR projects, and the Schedule 7 explicitly provides the corporate with overall direction for CSR projects. So the next we have here is the need of study. In this slide, I have explained that the purpose of the study is to raise the public knowledge of the idea of CSR and sustainable advancement purpose. So the first need that goes around by taking numerous measurable action. The Indian government is working on plans to align its goals with those sustainable evolution. In addition, work is being carried out on a 13-year vision that covers a 7-year national evolution plan with sustainable evolution goal. Similarly to this, the private sector, civil society have been actively addressing evolutionary problems and have gradually begun to think about how to incorporate them into the target and indicator-based strategy of the sustainable evolution goals. And the last, it is also required that the ecosystem to accumulate cutting-edge and efficacious practices are required in order to grow prosperly. So moving towards the research methodology, an exploratory research of the CSR literature was conducted for the current study. The research papers were analyzed, were published in variety of journals, both offline and online. So if we talk about the analysis of the study, we have concluded that the 193 nations adopted Sustainable Development Goals on September 25, 2015, with the aim of eradicating poverty, preserving the environment, and ensuring prosperity for all people. A total of 169 targets are intended to be attained by 2030 under the 17 evolutionary goals. With that being said, our Indian government, the Indian CSR regulators, and the Sustainable Evolution Goals were both adopted at the roughly at the same time, and they appear to have enormous potential to create cohesive sustainable growth model. So the Sustainable Evolution Goals are quantifiable targets and the quantifiable outcomes of the CSR projects, and the Schedule 7 explicitly provides cooperation with overall direction for the CSR projects. So with that being said, the various Sustainable Evolution Goals were mapped with Schedule 7 of activities in the Companies Act 2013 by the Government of India. I will just briefly give everyone the overview of these 12 goals. So the first one would be removing hunger, poverty, and malnutrition, and promoting the healthcare, and including the sanitization, which includes a contribution to Swachh Bharat coach setup, which has been set up by the central government to promote the sanitization.
Excuse me, Ms. Akshita.
Yes, ma'am.
I request you to please wind up the presentation.
Yes, sure, ma'am. So these goals were mapped with the Companies Act 2013, which were in line with the Sustainable Development Goals. If we talk about the disputes here, so a deficit of proper understanding and the concept of CSR and non-availability of authentic data is the problem here. And the specific information, the kind of CSR activities, coverage policies are some of the major challenges in the CSR activities. So it's the absence of community involvement in the CSR, requirement to create local capacity, issues of clarity, lack of well-organized non-governmental organization, and visibility factor are the main issue. If we talk about the conclusion part, let me just come to the conclusion. So, well, this bring me to the end of my presentation. To conclude, I'd like to say that India, with such diversity, has varied challenges with reference to project for achieving sustainable evolution goals on a local level. Although there is an optimism for achieving sustainable evolution goals on the local level, although there is an optimism about the government initiative that supports sustainable evolution goals, but there are multiple challenges on the implementation part. The Government of India has tasked NITI Aayog to design and develop a framework defining policies, procedures, and map to the implementation of sustainable evolution goal by government regulatories. We actually appreciate your time, and I hope that you have gained an insight about the corporate social responsibility and the need for sustainable development advancement. We really appreciate your attention. Have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next title of the paper is Dark Data, a Hidden Blessing in Disguise for Organization. The presenters for the same are Shivangi Priya, Research Assistant, School of Commerce and Management, Lingyas Vidyapeeth; Dr. Samriti Mahajan, Associate Professor, School of Commerce and Management, Lingyas Vidyapeeth.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the introduction. I'll just share my screen. Is my screen visible to all of you?
Yes, it is visible. You can now start.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to my presentation. Let me start by saying just a few words about my own background. My name is Shivangi Priya. I'm a PhD student in management at Lingyas Vidyapeeth, Faridabad. This paper is written under the guidance of Dr. Samriti Mahajan. She is an associate professor and also head of department in the School of Commerce and Management in Lingyas Vidyapeeth. As you can see on the screen, our topic for today's presentation is dark data, a hidden blessing in disguise for organization. My aim is to make you all familiar with the concept of dark data and topics around it. Let me start by giving you an overview of dark data. Dark data is the information assets organizations collect, process, and store during regular business activities, but generally fail to use for other purposes, example, analytics, business relationship, and direct monetizing. Examples of dark data include customer calls records, log files, previous employee information, email correspondences, notes, presentation, and old documents as well. It is a type of data that can be extracted from various types of databases and computer network operations. These can be taken out but are not used in any way by an organization to gain profit or benefit from them. According to one estimate, 7.5 septillion gigabytes of data are generated worldwide each day, and 55% of it has gone unused totally. Many organizations have allowed their data to go dark. According to IDC, that is International Data Corporation, 90% of the disorganized data kept in the organization is never ever investigated. So now let me take you to my another slide that let's go to the literature review, which I have done. So prior research done by P. Bryan, Gretchen R. Starman, and Julie Stephen published on 11th May 2018 says that dark data will be helpful to business organizations in day-to-day life where competition is growing every day. Another researcher, Mr. Sarang Saxena, in January 2018 states that there should be a proper regulation and guidelines of maintaining data and a proper assessment of dark data for a business imperative all around the world should be prepared. And few more, a large number of existing studies in the broader literature have examined the other aspects of dark data. These authors actually bring some information about the background of the problem. Next we have here is the need of the study. In this slide, I have explained that the purpose of this study is to raise public knowledge of the idea of dark data. This study focuses mainly on the unorganized data accidentally generated in company and by the users. According to IBM, 80% of all data is dark, 35% of which is just relevant, and just 0.5% of which gets evaluated. Because data also isn't actively saved, a vast amount of information goes undiscovered or unused many times. Since my focus for this research paper is on FMCG sector, so some of the reasons here are mentioned where FMCG companies fail to capitalize on the plethora of dark data, which includes the first one, the preferences. As we know, teams in sales and marketing have a myopic view of data, which only provides instant satisfaction. They only concentrate on what sale we are getting right now, such as customer transaction, but they does not concentrate at all on the data related to what a consumer attempted, but did not convert into a buy and why. Another reason is separation between departments. Often one department has data that another can proactively use, but owing to a lack of collaboration, this wealth of data remain underused completely and later converts into dark data. Moving on to my research methodology. The research is being done with the help of secondary data, which is obtained through websites, published papers, journals, magazines, books, among other such source. This subject isn't it much researched, and not much data is currently accessible on the study of dark data in the FMCG industry. I would now like to draw your attention towards the analysis of my study. While embarking on their data, driven journey for insights, retail and FMCG firms should take the consider following steps. The first one can be locate sources of data. The core of dark data analytics is identifying data sources and developing a systematic digitization strategy for this raw data for better analysis in presently and future as well. Secondly, they should set priorities for data sources. And thirdly, they should prepare for fresh data. Dark data analytics is a continuous process that keeps on generating data indefinitely. As a result, it is critical to design a strategy for data collecting and analysis that leverages digitalization, operational alignment, and appropriate platform. Few more steps are mentioned below in my slide, as you can see. Well, this brings me to the end of my presentation. To conclude, I would just like to say that one of the most fundamental characteristics of major corporation in today's rapidly changing information-driven world is how well they understand their market, how well they understand their consumers and rivals. Therefore, dark data will have a big influence in the future when storing data and leveraging it to its greatest potential will acquire relevance among companies, as there are already telltale signals of businesses adapting to the shift, and legislation and rules of maintaining data are also being adopted. Proper evaluation of dark data would become a commercial essential all over the globe. Thank you so much for your attention, everyone. And I hope you will have gained an insight into dark data. Thank you for listening. Have a great day ahead, all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next title of the paper is Corporate Social Responsibility Practices, a study of selected private life insurance companies in India. And the presenter for the theme is Unnati Sharma, Research Scholar, Department of Accountancy and Law, Faculty of Commerce, Dayal Park Educational Institute, deemed to be University, Agra. Miss Unnati, kindly unmute yourself and share the screen for the presentation. Miss Unnati, am I audible to you? Okay, it seems that Unnati Sharma is not right now here. So the next title of the paper is a study on segments of fintech startups in India. And the presenters for the same are Mr. Prabhat Kumar Sharma, Research Scholar, Department of Accountancy and Law, Dayalbagh Educational Institute. Mr. Alok Mishra, who is also a research scholar at Dayalbagh Educational Institute. And Mr. Sagar Sharma, Research Scholar, Department of Applied Business Economics, Dayalbagh Educational Institute, Agra.
कैसे स्क्रीन शेयर करेंगे?
The presenter is requested to kindly share their screen and start with the presentation.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, hello. The
Hello.
screen is shared. Hello.
हाँ मैम
Yes.
स्क्रीन आ रही है ना?
Yes.
हाँ, very good afternoon to all. Myself Sagar Sharma, and my presentation topic for International E-Conference organized by IPM Ghaziabad, a study on segments of fintech startup in India. Next slide, ma'am. So firstly, we see outline. Here we are introduction, objective, methodology, discussion, and last one is conclusion. So now move on to the introduction slide. So firstly, we see what is fintech. So firstly, we see what is fintech. Fintech metaphors begin with the invention and innovation in the finance sector, which allowed people to deposit, withdraw money, transfer money, and check accounts without having to speak to a human cashier. Fintech is short for financial technology. It refers to the digital, mobile, and online technology used by companies in the financial sector. Fintech seeks to attract customers by offering automated and easy to use product and services. So now we can see in the graph segment wise fintech, others, banking, infra, payments, lending, and investment technology. Now move on to the next slide. Then we can see the evolution of fintech. Firstly, we can see fintech 1.0, which shows the relationship between finance and technology began in 1866. The first use of a non-human teller. Now, example, we can see ATM, automated teller machine. Now we can move to the fintech 2.0. A shift from the analog to digital began in 1967. This is the era of virtual. For example, online banking and services. Now we can see the third one is fintech 3.0. The current era began in 2008. This era birthed alternate forms of currency. Now the next one is fintech 4.0, the next evolution of financial technology. Now we can see move on to the objective slide. This paper is carried out with the objective of analyzing. Ma'am, please show the objective. With the objective of analyzing the growth and opportunity of various segments of fintech startup in India. Now, move on to the research methodology. This study is descriptive as well as explorative in nature, and the data have been collected through various journals, websites, magazines, and other authentic publications. The data have been analyzed and summarized to bring out the conclusion. Next slide. Now we can move on to the discussion part. Segments of fintech. Fintech in financing. We can see fintech in financing includes peer-to-peer, business-to-business crowdfunding, and fintech in asset management and fintech in payments. Now move on to next slide. Fintech in financing. Here we can see peer-to-peer lending, business-to-business financing, and crowdfunding. Now we can see the peer-to-peer lending. By 2025, the industry is estimated to be worth between $150 and $160 billion. The expansion rate of leading peer-to-peer companies in India is increasing global competition and setting better and higher standards. The success of peer-to-peer lending will make its competitor obsolete. Now we can see business-to-business financing. Specific accelerators, incubators have further risen, which provide deep entering and help establish global connections. Investors also realize the potential this sector brings and set up dedicated funds to fuel the growth of B2B startup. Now, last one is crowdfunding. Crowdfunding is now rapidly being seen as a new and innovative way of fundraising for startup and small business. India will soon be bringing in the laws and regulations to support this movement, as these fundraising will help in the quick increase of startups in India. Now move on to next slide. Fintech in asset management. We can see there are two aspects: personal finance manager and robo advice. Personal finance manager is an app that automates the payment, organization, and management of personal finances. And second one is robo advice. The Indian robo advisory segment are expected to reach $53.9 billion by 2025 with a 43.8% of CAGR. During 2020 to 25, robo advisory in India 9 is currently in the 3 point phase. It is expected to move towards phase 4, similar to developed markets like the US, UK, and other countries using advanced technology. Now move on to next slide. Fintech in payments. There are two methods. One is cryptocurrency and second is alternate payment methods. Cryptocurrency in India is the highest growing cryptocurrency market globally. It has grown significantly in recent years. At its growth rate has been faster than in other countries Experts predict that India will play an important role in the future of cryptocurrencies if it moves in this direction. Second is alternate payment methods. The digital payment segment is expected to see growth in total transaction value estimated at US $133.4 billion in 2022. Total transaction value is expected to show a compound annual growth rate of 13.66%, resulting in an 10 estimated total amount of $253 billion by 2027. Next slide. Now we move on to the last and final part, that is conclusion. As per the descriptive analysis of various segments of fintech, every segment of fintech has been massive growth and opportunity. The whole fintech industry has the potential to achieve the heights of wealth and valuation to make India self-reliant. If it overcomes the various challenges, lacuna in regulations and increase in online malpractices, loss bearing, etc. Almost all market reports point to a positive outlook for the fintech segments in India. The study exhibited that the digital payment and investment facilitated startups over a valuation of 27% and 28%, respectively, as a whole in the fintech industry, and are leading the fintech to innovative dimensions of growth. As the pandemic has set contemporary terms for financial connectivity, widespread digitization and technology adaptations are needed across all financial spectra, be it banking, insurance, or payment, an absolute imperative to functions in the brave new world. Thank you. So that's for all the presentation. Now these are the references.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The next title of the research paper is Corporate Responsibility Practices, a study of selected private life insurance companies in India. The subject for the same is Unnati Sharma, research scholar, Department of Accountancy and Law, the Alba Educational Institute, Agra.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Am I audible to all of you?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, thank you. Is my screen is visible? Is my screen is visible or not?
The screen is not visible.
Okay, wait, ma'am.
Yes, yes, yes. Yes, it is visible now. Miss Unnati, I guess you're on mute. Please unmute yourselves. Am I audible?
Yes.
Ma'am, am I audible now? Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, my screen is visible?
Yes.
Okay. So let's come to the introduction part. First is what is CSR? Corporate social responsibility is a concept whereby organizations considers the interest of society based on the impact of their activities on customer, employees, communities, and the environment for all aspects of their operations. It is a self-regulating business model that helps a company be socially accountable to itself, its stakeholders, and the public. Now, CSR is generally understood as being the way through which a company achieves a balance of economic, environmental, and social imperatives that is known as the triple bottom line approach. It is divided into three P's, that is profit, people, and the planet. First is profit, what the company running the business for. Next, we have people. The second component is people, highlights a business societal impact or its commitment to people. And the third one is the planet. The final component of this is considered with making positive impact on the planet. Now come to the next slide. Purpose of this study. The purpose of this paper is to examine the importance of corporate social responsibility in today's global era and also tries to examine the various CSR initiatives and practices undertaken by the leading private life insurance companies in India. Now come to the objectives of the study. First is to understand the concept of CSR. This objectives will help to understand the concept of the CSR. Next, we have this to study the importance of corporate social responsibility in insurance sector. Through this objective, we will understand what is the role or significance of the CSR in insurance sector. Third one is to know the various CSR initiatives undertaken by the selected private sector insurance companies. In this objective, there are so many activities or initiatives taken by the selected insurance sector companies for the upliftment of the society or companies as well. Now move on to the next slide. Research methodology. Types and sources of data. Secondary data has been used to achieve the objectives, and it has been extracted from the annual reports, websites, and journals. Sample size for this study is top 5 private life insurance companies selected on the basis of market capitalization, that is Bajaj Finserv Limited, HDFC Life Insurance Company, SBI, ICICI Prudential, and ICICI Lombard Life Insurance Company Limited. Duration of the study, the data has been examined of the 3 financial years, that is from 2019-20 to 2021-22. Next, concept of CSR. Concept of CSR, the Companies Act 2013 provides for CSR under Section 135. Thus, it is mandatory for the companies covered under Section 135 to comply with the CSR provisions in India. And every company which needs to comply with the CSR provisions have to spend 2% of the average net profit made during the preceding 3 years as per the CSR policies. The computation of the net profit for CSR is as per Section 198 of the Companies Act 2013. Now, Ackerman model of corporate social responsibility. This model was developed by the Robert Ackerman and Robert Buer in 1976. There are many models for CSR activities used by the companies like Friedman's model, Carroll's model, and corporate citizens model, as well as Ackerman model. And one would aspect these models have something related to society, economy, community support, and quality life for everyone, and etc. Now, this model is emphasized on the internal policy goals and their relation to CSR. This model has 3 phases. Phase 1 is recognition of social problem by the top management. Phase 2 considers the company appointing staffs and consultants to study its suggest ways. And phase 3 is implementation of the social responsibility programs. Next, we have role of CSR in insurance sectors. In insurance industry, CSR takes a form of providing society with financial supports in case of disasters, as well as sharing the expertise of solving environmental problems, maintaining society's safety, and human rights promotion. There are many potential benefits an insurer can earn, such as superior reputation in the market. They can increase engagement and loyalty among staff while reducing turnover rates, and CSR can also increase long-term sustainability and profitability by shaping the market's competitive environment and the community as a whole. Ultimately, it will result in insurers becoming more attractive to investors who are increasingly concerned about the CSR and corporate governance. Now, CSR initiatives by selected private sector insurance companies in India. These are the focus areas identified to take CSR initiatives by the selected private sector insurance companies in India. Move to the next slides, key findings. This table shows the CSR activities. This table shows there are so many initiatives, there are so many from this, it is clear that no remarkable variations could be identified between prescribed CSR expenditure and the actual amount spent by the companies. Next, the findings and conclusions. Today, number of industries have started CSR activities for enhancing their reputation and brand value, and insurance sector is no expectations to it. It is worth to be mentioned that number of social welfare schemes by private life insurance companies have noticeably contributed for the welfare of the society. CSR initiatives and social welfare schemes not only help the organization but also the economy towards sustainable development. The concept of CSR should not be merely a statement of intent or promise made by the insurance companies, but it should be effectively operational. It can be concluded that CSR activities are symbiotic in nature, leading to the welfare of all, that is, customers and the common people. Therefore, in this era of high competition, companies need to pay their attention on social welfare projects besides caring for the economic health. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Unnati.
Okay,
now, this is all for the presenters for technical session 1. We have received one question for Ms. Akshita Mehra.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, the question is, how far do you think CSR, when forced by the government as mandatory for organizations, serves the purpose?
Okay, so talking about the question, it's how far do you think CSR, when forced by the government as mandatory for organization to serve the purpose? All right. So if we see, if a company needs to protect its national and international so-called laid down license to operate, then yes, corporate social responsibility is necessary. The companies that this applies to, the company that the CSR is applies to usually are those that provides goods and services to the general public, and where the company's brand image is becoming equally important. So a CSR program can actually persuade governments and the public that a company can take health and safety, diversity, and environment seriously, and reducing the likelihood that it will be monitored in upcoming future. So managing risk is an important executive responsibility under the concept of CSR. I hope my answer is clear. Hello? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
I hope my answer has been clear by the
I guess it was pretty clear.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
So for the next thing on the schedule, I would request once again for all the participants to kindly switch on your cameras so that we can take a group photograph. Okay, thank you everyone. Now you can again turn off your cameras. I would like to once again thank you to all the research scholars, students, and industry experts for enlightening us on their respective topics. With this, technical session 1 officially comes to an end. We will now part off for a small break and we will resume shortly at 2 p.m.
So all are requested to kindly be here connected with us, and you can also have your lunch break. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello, good afternoon. You're not audible, sir. So I guess
Now,
you're.
am I audible?
Yes, yes, sir, you're audible. Sir, just I have to make few announcements before, and then we can start with your presentation.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you. So welcome back to all the participants who are present here with us for the technical session 2.
Before we move forward with the technical session 2, there are a few announcements that I would like to make. First of all, I request all the other participants to kindly keep their cameras off and their microphones on mute for smooth progression of the conference. And if any of the participants have any queries regarding the topics discussed, you can write it down in the Zoom chat box and they will be taken at the end of the session. And since we have various participants with us who are going to present their papers, so I would request to please take only 5 minutes to present your papers. And if
all possible, you can just introduce yourself and then you can use methodology. And then lastly, you can conclude your presentation. So officially starting, we have with us, the first title is Determinants of Crypto Trading Activity. And the presenters are Dr. Syed Mohammed Faisal Ali Khan, who is the corresponding author. And he's a lecturer at Department of MIS, CBA, Jazan University, Saudi Arabia. Along with him, Dr. Divya Rana, Assistant Professor, Management Department, IPEM, Ghaziabad, Uttar Pradesh. Sir, you can now present your paper.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me all?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay. So first of all, I am thankful to IPM Ghaziabad for giving me opportunity, and also Dr. Divya Rana for inviting me for this session to share my thoughts on determinants of crypto trading activities. I am Dr. Syed Mohammed Faisal Ali Khan from Jazan University. I am lecturer and head of DSU at Ministry of Higher Education, Saudi Arabia. And here lies my presentation, which I will be lying to throw some light on crypto trading activities. So the table of content or the research is divided into some parts. First, we are going to discuss about the introduction. Second, we'll talk about statement of problem, objectives, literature review, research methodology, results, and conclusion. So here lies the introduction part. Nowadays, we are much familiar about cryptocurrency. It's like booming and everybody is trying to invest and everybody is trying to know what the cryptocurrency is. Actually, it's a form of digital currency, which in some countries, they are supposed to be a legal tender for the exchange of goods, especially in UK, US, and other European countries. But still in India, digital currency like crypto is still not being regulated or legalized. But still trading is considered to be partial regulated, because still we are supposed to pay income tax on that. So the basic thing what cryptocurrency is and how it works on. Cryptocurrency is actually a sort of a reward which is generated based on the blockchain activity. What is blockchain? Suppose I give an example. Suppose you are making a payment on Amazon, or you are making a payment on anywhere, especially online. There are third parties who are going to validate your information with your bank. So these validators, who validates your information with the bank, they are known as rigged. They have some devices which have complex algorithm, and they validate your credentials with the bank, and in return you will get some reward in terms of crypto like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Helium, Shiba. These all are types of cryptocurrency which are currently available in online or cyber platform. So when you get these, when you earn these points, the rewards, these are further generated into a form of cryptocurrency, which you may later sell it on based on your like a choice. So I hope the basic concept of crypto is clear to everyone. Because we know, we have heard, most of us heard, but we don't know the background of blockchain and the generation of cryptocurrency. So the basic objective of the study is to identify, understand cryptocurrency, which I have already discussed a couple of seconds ago. Second objective is to understand the factor that influence customer trading behavior, because everybody is now investing, buying and then selling, buying and selling. A few months back, I believe the Bitcoin was around 48. One Bitcoin costed around 48 lakh. Reasons why and what it happened in a couple of minutes later. So the research methodology, research design is actually cross-sectional descriptive research. 500 sample size from India has been taken. Out of that, 439 response has been received, and 412 responses has been taken for further consideration for data analysis. Sampling technique was random from school, colleges, university offices, and data collection was from Google Form. We have used Smart PLS software for data analysis. This is the primary research methodology, which will further be taken for the consideration. Now, we have also framed some hypotheses. Now, these hypotheses are being taken from previous researches, which has been done previously and published in various journals. We have used Web of Science and Scopus Index Journal as a bibliometric analysis. And these were further taken into our software to drive the relevant data. Out of that, we have derived 1800 articles. Out of that, approximately 230 articles were reasonable enough to justify our study. So out of that 235 articles, we have gone through it, and we got some factors that are responsible to construct the framework of the study. Based on the framework, we have we have identified, we have postulated some hypotheses. These hypotheses are psychological factor, social influence, cultural factor, economic factor, personal factor, perceived risk, financial literacy. These are the factors that that create a positive, or that can create a significant relationship between crypto trading. Now, coming to the data analysis part, Smart PLS SEM model, we have used SEM model, and Smart PLS we have already discussed, we have used, and these are items, and these are the variables, cultural factor, which has been taken from previous research, psychological state, economic factor, perceived risk. This has an impact on investment behavior, and investment behavior will further leads to purchase or trading activities. To validate our research and questionnaire, we have used construct reliability test and validity test, and Krobanka alpha test and average variance has been taken, which are quite healthy enough to justify our study. All alpha tests are all above 7.5, which is healthy enough to justify our studies. Farner-Ledker test has been further taken to quantify, further validate the hypothesis and the questionnaire of this study, which is also quite healthy enough. Now, coming to the hypothesis testing, we have seen that cultural factor has a significant impact on investment behavior. And the cultural factor actually do not have a significant impact on investment behavior, whereas we can see economic factor, perceived risk, personal factor, psychological state. These are the factors that contributes to the significant purchase decision, or buying or trading decision. That cultural factor and financial literacy do not have a significant impact towards crypto trading. Now, in coming to the conclusion part, already we have identified these are the variables which could be used towards crypto trading activities, and these are the factors that actually influence customers to buy or to sell cryptocurrency online. Coming to the recommendation and policy implication, it is quite difficult in Indian scenario to suggest some policy recommendation, since crypto trading is not legalized or regulated. So it's quite difficult to recommend something in current scenario. But still, the study will help managers and crypto traders to understand. The study will help them to understand the basic factors which can further influence customers' buyer intention and trading activities. So this study could be helpful in future implication. It will have a good impact on future implication. But for now, the study is warrant, since crypto trading is not regulated in Indian context. Thank you, and I rest my presentation now. If you have any question, it is most highly appreciable.
Thank you, sir. The questions would actually be taken at the end of the technical session too. So if we receive any, we will let you know. And the
Sure.
next title of the paper is Workplace Ostracism and its Impact on Employees' Performance, Adaptability and Flexibility. The presenter for the same is Ms. Sonali Gaur, Research Scholar, Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies. I'd request Sonali Gaur to kindly turn on their screen share at the camera.
Good afternoon, everybody. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, good afternoon, one and all present here. So the paper title is Workplace Ostracism and its Impact on Employees' Performance, Adaptability and Flexibility. My name is Sonali Gaur. I'm a research scholar at Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies. Now, today's topic is all about the workplace ostracism. Now, is what we can think about workplace ostracism is basically a topic which says favoritism or nepotism. So nowadays it is something common in the organizations, or we can say my study is based on the institutions of the region Faridabad. Basically, so the work environment requires human to work more adaptive in performing their task. Basically, flexibility and adaptability is the concept which is required nowadays because of the advancing technologies we are having in the competitive world. Now, furthermore, we can add on to this is mergers and restructuring of business requires both female and male to be adaptive. Now, the significance of adaptability in work environment, or the thinking of adaptability and its constructing worried, are now not absolutely empirical proof on education adaptability, where it is lacking behind. Talking about the literature review, basically workplace ostracism makes workers stressed out, because workplace ostracism basically means that somebody, one individual is ostracized, excluded from the organization or from a group of people, basically the professional group. So their productivity, commitment of employees towards their work, or the employees' performance will be degraded because of the we can say the conflicts or the unproductive behavior within the formal groups or the organization, or wherein the workplace exclusion has a negative impact on the employee engagement and performance. This study claims this, that workplace ostracism is basically a boycotting which a number of unfavorable outcomes, because it creates stress or causes a social exclusion. In the social context, into an important organizational viewpoint, that there are some of the considerable work performances through which there is an organizational personal interest is there, that is productivity. And the positive social interactions among co-workers is basically a big impact on job satisfaction, organizational commitment, performance. That is basically the adaptive nature of various employees in the organization. Now coming to the adaptability and cognitive flexibility. As we all know that adaptability is basically the capacity of person or the human beings to anticipate or identify sudden changes in the environment, whether it's personal or professional. So right now we are talking about which adaptability is very important nowadays, because there is a cutthroat competition in the external market. So there are challenges. So the nature or the behavior of the people who are working in the organization should be flexible enough so that they can change according to the circumstances. Now these are the 8 dimension taxonomies of adaptive performance, which are as follows: learning, work, tasks, technologies, and procedures. As and when there are changes in the tasks, technologies, and procedures, so the people or the human being should learn or adapt that particular procedures. We should learn to deal with the uncertain and unpredictable work situations. That is physically.
Hello, am I
Hello.
audible? Yeah, Miss Sonali, please wind up the presentation in next 1 minute.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, you can conclude.
Okay, it basically puts impact on society level and on self level also. Now the result and conclusion basically says the personal adaptability is so central to career succession that both the workers and place of work managers had to play a very significant role. So the findings of this particular presentation is related to personal adaptability raises the stakes for managers who are working as a senior in the organization. According to this analysis, the organizational members typically choose one pole over the other, that is alternate behavior. So the particular study has been taken up on Likert scale of 5, that is strongly disagree, neutral, agree, and strongly agree. Thank you very much, everybody.
Okay, thank you, Sonali. The next title of the paper is A Study of Mobile Banking and its Impact on Consumer Satisfaction with reference to Agra City. And the presenter for the theme is Dr. Shekhar Gupta, Assistant Professor, Agra Public Group of Institutions, Agra.
Hello. Hello. I'm audible?
Yes, yes, you are audible, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Hello, I'm Shekhar Gupta. Good afternoon to all. I'm presenting topic a study of mobile banking and its impact on consumer satisfaction with reference to Agra City. India was in a demonetization phases when the government had started promoting cashless transactions. After recognizing the potential of internet and technologies, the Digital India project was launched by the Indian government, which aimed at transforming the country into an integrated economy with the use of mobile phone and smartphone and internet. Because nowadays smartphone are the pillars for digital payments and digital banking. Various mobile websites and apps were developed to provide facilities to the customer, which were cost effective when compared to the cost of branch banking and traveling. It was a difficult task for the Indian to get adjust to the online platform, as majority of the people. Now coming on a need of the study. Many studies have explored the factors impacting the adoption of mobile banking, paradigm shift in banking, banking on the go, adoption of the mobile banking services, analysis of young Indian consumer and mobile banking adoption, impact of COVID-19 on traditional banking. But they have not sufficiently explored the initiative taken by the M-banking companies like Paytm also, or M-banking service by SBI and HDFC, ICICI private sector. This study mainly emphasizes on the mobile banking and impact on customer satisfaction level. Objective of our study is to study about the customer awareness for the mobile banking services in current scenario, and to know the most influencing factor of mobile banking for customer satisfaction to examine the various for adapting mobile banking services. Now research methodology, sources of data. Source of data is structured questionnaires method we use, sample design 100, and tools and technique we use the percentage method and simple average methods. Now coming on tables, we have 100 respondent in which 36 male and 35 of female. Actually, only 71% respondent give us correct information. Next is age of respondent. Our maximum age criteria is 18 to 30 because most of the mobile users are between this age 18 to 30. So we collect data from youth and the age between the 25 to 30. Next, occupation. We noted that the occupations of our respondent are students is 45% and the professional 11% and private sectors employees are 29%. So most of the approx 75% from students and private sectors who are using e-banking. Next.
Speaker sir.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Speaker sir, please wind up in next 5 minutes.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. बताएं.
Yes sir, are we audible to you?
हाँ, yes, ma'am.
Sir, please wind up in next 1 minute.
Okay, okay, ma'am.
Please wind up in next 1 minute. Okay, okay.
Now moving to suggestions and conclusion. Suggestions is the bank staff have to provide good services to our customer and proper training facilities have to be provided to the staff so that they can give valid answer to the customer. So customer satisfaction may be increased. The bank need to educate the customer regarding the mobile banking technology because most of the customer don't know about the mobile banking facilities. Next conclusion is, in present scenario, banking sector provides a basket of all financial services through e-banking channels. The customer is appearing for quality services which give a satisfaction level. These suitable services are available, may be enhanced to provide better satisfaction level to their loyal customers, which increase the retention level of existing and as well as the additional adding a new potential customer. Indian banking system witnessed various changes have been seen in the last few years after demonetization. These changes do not decrease the changes of error and mistake. This is the crucial point. These changes do not decrease the changes of error and mistake in respect to operational activity in banking system in India. As a result, bank need to give more and more attention towards the services sector as well as operational activities which make the customer more comfort and more satisfied in dealing with the banking activities. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
The next title of the paper is A Study on Role of Artificial Intelligence in Indian Economy. The presenters for the same are Mr. Son Kumar Rajak, Faculty of Commerce, Hindu College, Moradabad. Mr. Sunil Kumar, Faculty of Commerce.
Yes, I'm audible, ma'am.
Yes,
Hello, this
yes,
is Son Kumar
sir.
Rajak. Okay, okay, ma'am. Okay. Just I'm sharing my share screen. This my screen is visible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, sir. It's visible.
Okay, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Son Kumar Rajak, Assistant Professor of Commerce Department, Hindu College, Ghaziabad. And our topic of presentation is a study on the role of artificial intelligence. As you all know that we are living in the age of technology. We think about technology. We think through technology. This is true that a technology cannot replace the mind, but in present time, 99% mind is dependent on the technology. That's why this study becomes a study that artificial intelligence is the collective name
Sir, you're not audible.
Visible है मैम मुझे हेलो स्क्रीन इज विजिबल
Now you're audible and the screen is visible as well. Please
okay
continue.
okay
Yes.
Officially speaking, artificial intelligence first appeared in the history of in 1956. John McCarthy introduced it the first time, and in the modern time we introduced that with the development of the economy, new technology are taking place to manage the task efficiently because all one was not capable of performing to fulfill the need of the time. That's why artificial intelligence is the one such of requirement of the present time which has unlimited capacity to work unlimited. So there are a vast use of artificial intelligence in Indian economy as well as the world economy. Although human efforts are around to be end due to the use of this automated working technology, but even then we can't ignore the benefit of obtained from this artificial intelligence technology, like accuracy in the work, security at workplace, efficiently working manner, quickly performance, continuity time, saving, reliability, and validity, etc. I quoted here some important literature review in on the for the purpose to show the gap of research. Someone studied on the important on the development of the artificial intelligence. In some literature review, we find that only progress stage was introduced in the study. So in some studies, only world importance of global importance. Yes, ma'am. Hello,
Sir,
ma'am.
yes, sir, you can just move towards the research methodology and then the conclusion. You can skip the
Okay.
literature review. Yeah.
Okay, just wait a minute. I'm coming with that within 2 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. I just want to say that we study a lot of literature review, but there was no such a literature review or no such study on in which the Indian context artificial intelligence was introduced. That's why I studied on this topic. Just to have importance. According to the figure from the World Economic Forum by 2022, artificial intelligence will have replaced more than 75 million human jobs, but while also creating 133 million job new. That show the importance of artificial intelligence in Indian economy. Similarly, you can also see the importance in every field like banking, retail, transportation, tourism, manufacturing, agriculture, in etc. fields. There is some data that show the importance of also importance of artificial intelligence. A very important data according to the CAR, that is according to the International Data Corporation, the artificial industry in India is expected to grow at a CAGR of 22% from 3.1 billion US dollar in 2020 to 7.8 billion by 2025. This is the importance of the data analysis. Some have a look, some International Data Corporation. In 2021, Indian artificial intelligence expected market was only 506.1 million US dollar. But according to that organization, in India, that will be expanded to 2,981.5 in
Mr. Rajab,
2027. Yes,
please
ma'am.
stand up in 1 more minute.
Yes, ma'am. Just within 1 minute, I will sum up that.
Thank you.
Okay, and just to look, I have some findings and conclusions. There is no doubt that artificial intelligence play an important role in the growth of the Indian economy as the widespread adoptions of the artificial intelligence in every operation is being derived from by the rising technology investment, increased internet uses, the improvement in the entire digital infrastructure. It is not possible to meet the increasing demand of marketing using traditional method, but artificial intelligence can solve these critical situations through its unlimited working power, immediate actions with any delay, accuracy, etc. Just I'm talking about at last about my methodology. That is Our study is based on only very simple methodology. I'm not using any special tools like SPSS. Only just only very simple statistical tools like ratio, average, and graphical presentation. Because my study is based 80% based on secondary data. 80% of analysis based secondary data that has been collected from the internet, business website, newspaper, journal, etc. And this study is quantitative and descriptive in nature. For this is research, secondary data analysis is based on the simple statistical tools, average, percentage, and graphical presentation, etc. for a deeper understanding of artificial intelligence project. That's why this is my simple methodology for my study. And I conclude that. Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving a chance to express my view on my topic. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Rajab. Now we move. Before we move forward,
I have a question, sir. Any question answer round after that presentation?
After the end of the technical session too, we will have a question answer round. So if you will receive the questions, we will ask them for you then and there only.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. So before we move any further, I once again very humbly request to all the participants, please complete your presentations in 5 minutes, as we have other presenters with us as well in a limited period of time. Thank you so much. The next paper is Examining Work-Life Balance, Job Dissatisfaction and Withdrawal Interrelationships in Selected Higher Education Institutes of Western Uttar Pradesh. Presenters for the same are Mr. Mukul Saxena, who is a research scholar, School of Business Management, IFTM University, Moradabad, and Professor Dr. Nisha Agarwal, who is the Director, School of Business Management, IFTM University, Moradabad.
I am audible to all of you?
Yes, you're audible.
As ma'am already have told them, I do not waste any more time and you all know that work-life balance has become a key issue of the workplace in the last few decades. That most of the perceptions of the personal life and family impact the work quality, and that it makes sense to increase the work and the family integration. In the institutions, the workload of teachers increases day by day, results in increasing the workload to 8 hours a day, respectively. The apart from maintaining the student scores and the various institutions requirements. Now I have come directly over the purpose of the study. The purpose of the study is it is taken by the various higher education institutions in Western UP in the mainly region of the Bareilly and the Moradabad. The secondary purpose of the study is to analyze an impact of such initiatives on faculties or professionals' personal life. The research objective of my research is, first research objective is to study the work-life schedule of faculties of engineering and the management institutions. The second objective is to do a relative study of the challenges faced by the permanent and ad hoc employees in educational institutions. The reason behind to taking the such as a research objective was that a day of 24 hours is no longer enough to perform the work-related and the personal-related issues by the faculties. The problem seems simple but difficult to solve it handles. Mainly the female employees have to maintain more workload as compared to the male faculties. Now the next objective is to study the existing work-life balances policies in the organizations. The research problem of my research paper is that the institutional timings are between from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. in working in India normally, and it is order 7 days work, 24/7. As a result, it has been found out that many of the faculties have gone through the work-life imbalances in their personal life, and due to the imbalances in their personal life, the work and the productivity of their work has also been affected. After the tenure of the 6 hours to 8 hours done in the school or in the colleges to maintain the results, to maintain the attendance registers and many other activities which are not correlated with the teachers' professions, the employee or the faculties are pressurize the faculties to do such works, due to which it results in the absenteeism and the turnover of the employees from one institute to the another. As per the survey in the 2016 and 17 by the US company, it has been found out only that 2 to 3% of the employees are only to retain in that particular organizations after the work they have been working in their institution from last 3 to 4 years. In my research paper, I have taken the exploratory type of the research, and the area is the Western UP, mainly the Bareilly and the Muradabad region. The sample size which I have taken is the 100, and mainly the observation method and the personal interviews I have been selected in that. The hypothesis of my study is there is no significant interrelationship between the work-life balance, job dissatisfaction, and the withdrawal. And the another one is that there is a significant interrelationship between work-life balance, job dissatisfaction, and the withdrawal. As per the analysis of the data, we are using the tools of frequency distribution, SPSS, and the ANOVA. The sample size of the 100 has been distributed between the 50 female faculties and 50 the male faculties. The findings of my research paper, is that the faculties, the age between 25 to 35 faces more adjustment in their life, while the 35 and 45 and have the better work-life balances. And the faculties who have the children, who have the one children, have faces more difficulties as they are living in the nuclear family, or those who are belonging to a joint families. On a psychological health, male faculties usually are under stress, and they in the last days of the month due to the salary issues. Hardly any faculty receive any recognition from the bosses, as only the 5th of September is recognized as a Teachers' Day, in which now all the teachers are motivated to get some sort of the monetary benefits from the college staff or recognized by the staff or the state. As in the 2021, on the 5th semester, on the 5th of September, our CM, respected Yogi Ji, has passed a law to praise out the teachers who are done extremely well in their colleges. On the family satisfaction level, family life is more satisfied to those male faculties who are single and in their family, and comparison to where both wife and husband. If wife and husband both are the earners in the particularly family, then you have to depend on the maid, either the male or the female maid, in which the children have to suffer a lot. Most of the faculties have strongly agreed that home life interferences affects their work on jobs, and due to the work-related issues on the odd times, it disturbs the family plans or the family activities. Mostly families has been called on the second Saturdays or on the Sundays by the colleges, and to manage their duties on the extra affairs. Thank you. And if you have any query, you can ask me.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Next paper is a study of organizational climate and job satisfaction as a tool for improving organizational citizenship behavior. The presenter for the same is Ms. Renu Bharati, Research Scholar, Dayalbagh Educational Institute, Agra.
Is my screen visible to all?
Yes, you're visible.
My topic for presentation is a study of organizational climate and job satisfaction as a tool for improving organizational citizenship behavior. Here comes the short introduction. The climate is the shared perception of members of the organization, and organizational citizenship behavior is one of the tools which can identify the behavior of employees who want to contribute beyond the demands of their job roles. And the job satisfaction is one of the factors that can support the achievement of organizational success. Now comes the review of literature. This is the review of literature I have done for this paper. Now comes the need of study. The need for the study is organization culture treated as a tool of control mechanism to maintain channel behaviors toward desired behavior and ignored undesired behavior. This study basically focuses on the impact of organization culture on employee performance. This is important to understand the culture and aspect of employee performance prevail in this organization. The basic objective of this study is to study the impact of organization climate on employee job satisfaction and organization citizenship behavior for the perspective of selected sample company. Here comes the hypothesis. There is no correlation between the organization climate and OCB of Indian commercial banks. And there's a correlation between organization climate and OCB of Indian commercial banks. And there is no correlation between job satisfaction and OCB of Indian commercial banks. And there is a correlation between job satisfaction and OCB of Indian commercial banks. Here comes the research methodology. Researcher basically collected demographic information of the respondents, which contains gender, age, education, marital status, and etc. Data was obtained from primary sources through questionnaires. Out of 100 respondents, 70 responses taken from managers, departmental heads, and the secondary data taken from various related documents of the organization, internal memos, and meeting reports that help in ascertain organization performance, which is also taken for evaluation. Now, here comes the analysis and the interpretation of the demographic characteristics. You can see now the question from the questionnaire: does organization climate determines the level of organization citizenship behavior? Here you can see the results. 25.71 is the cumulative strongly disagree candidates from the respondents. And the second question is, does organization climate determines the level of job satisfaction? Here the disagree content is 15.71 and agree is 71.41. Now, there is no correlation between job satisfaction and organization citizenship behavior of Indian commercial banks. Here comes the results. And to conclude, human resources are one of the most essential assets of the organization. So organization success will depend on the role of human resources in achieving its goals. For this reason, human resources need proper management. The management of human resources is not only the responsibility of Human Resources Development Division, but the leader of this organization need to take it as a responsibility too. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Renu Bharati. Okay, so the next title of the paper is Behavior of Retail Individual Investors Towards Mutual Funds. The presenter for the same are Mr. Gaurav Sharma, Assistant Professor, Rajdhani College, University of Delhi, Raja Garden, Mahatma Gandhi Marg, New Delhi, and Ms. Priya Kondal, BCom Honours Student, Rajdhani College, University of Delhi. Ms. Priya, am I audible to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you can share your screen now.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes, you can now present.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So here is our topic is the behavior of retail investors towards the mutual fund. So let me start with some few words. Few months ago, I met one of my friend. She asked me about mutual fund. She thought that I am from commerce stream, so I knew about everything about the mutual fund, but unfortunately I am not. Then I go through the internet world and read some of the study. I found that there are only talks about the actual mutual fund is. So, or they talks about what are the companies think about what are the investments, and there is no research in which the behavior of individual investors are recorded. So, what do you think? What demographic and non-demographic factor influence them the most? And is there anyone knew about the mutual fund? Good afternoon, everyone. I am Priya, a third-year graduate student. I made this research under the guidance of respectable Mr. Gaurav Sharma sir, an assistant professor in Rajasthan College. Our objective is to find out the answer of the questions which I asked a few seconds ago. So our objective of the study is this paper has the following studies to understand the individual investors' behavior towards the different saving course and to recognize the attributes of the individual investors and to identify the origin of that influence of mutual fund investor selections behavior in individual investors. So the utility of the study, just I talked earlier that what the factors that influence them and what are the demographic factors, and is the everyone knew about the mutual fund or not. So here is the research methodology. I use the both primary and the secondary data for this research, and I collect this from the articles, books, websites, research paper, or notification of the RBI, government procurements, and many more. So there is some hypothesis that is on the basis of age, on the basis of income, on the basis of profession, and mm, on the basis of so there is some more that the gender and the what is the awareness about the mutual fund and the individual investors. There is a noteworthy awareness with the sum of the investments in the mutual fund. Okay, and there is a correlation according to the qualification or not. Here is the research gap that it is the just because of that why I'm taking this subject. That is just I told earlier that the many of the research says about that the what is mutual fund actually is, and how the which type of companies they invest and which companies are not. But there is no research on the individual investors, so I do on that. I worked on that. So there is some research that there are some demographic factors. Just first of all, their gender. The most of the males are more active in the investing mutual fund as compared to the females. And there is the second study that is who are the most aware. That is below 25 years. The investors are more. The investors are more in the below 25 years. And the next one is just the 12th and the below 12th, just who are invest the most, that are qualification of that is graduate and the 12th and below, most of them. So the next my findings are that the students academy self-employed private job, but the self-employed are null. Just self-employed
Priya?
persons. Yes, ma'am.
Dear, please conclude now. We have 1 more minute.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. These all are the demographic factor that I take for the results, and there is some more that what the investors thinks about that what is the mutual fund actually is, bank deposits, equity and debenture, in which they like to the most. So our limitations of this is that our research is only limited to the 250 individual investors. The sample size is adequately representing the whole financial market. This study is maximum related to the demographic factor, and I take the only Delhi NCR individuals. The conclusion is that the most of the investors are related to the below and the below 25, and the most of the our new generation will know about the mutual fund. That is the good thing. But this is only about just I say now that the limitation of the research paper, that this is only the 250 individual investors, and the maximum and it is all about the Delhi NCR individual investors. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you, Priya. Our next topic of the paper, title of the paper is Impact of Brand Awareness on Customers' Loyalty Towards BMW Cars. And the presenters of the same are Dr. Khan Siafullah, who is the lecturer at Department of Business Studies, University of Technology and Applied Science, Muscat, Oman.
Along with him, there are the students as well, including Khadija Ali Al-Siabi, Abdullah Hamdoon Al-Harthi, Abdullah Shahdad Al-Balushi, Al-Haytham Muhammad Al-Husseini. These are the students of Department of Business Studies, University of Technology and Applied Sciences, Muscat, Oman.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all can hear me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible. The screen is visible as well.
Okay, thank you so much. So I'm going to give the presentation on impact of brand awareness on customers' loyalty towards BMW car. And I'll start with the introduction. Okay, so when we are talking about brand awareness and the impact of customer loyalty, it's very crucial for the marketers to understand how brand image influences the satisfaction of the customer and brand loyalty. And the purpose of this research was to examine the impact of brand awareness on customers' loyalty towards BMW car, specifically in Muscat, the country is Oman. And customer loyalty can measure to what level the customer shows how loyal they are. And of course, brand awareness can be defined as the capability of customer to remember, recognize, or identify a specific brand in different buying situations. The objective of the study, we try to focus on the two main objectives. That is, the first one is to identify the level of brand awareness on BMW automobiles. The second major objective was to determine the variable that influence consumer satisfaction and brand loyalty. The scope and limitation, the research focuses on how the name of the brand can capture people and stuck in their memories, basically like how much they remember and how much they can recognize themselves for the brand, which is BMW. And of course, also some mentalities avoid going for a particular brand. And scope in the area studied by marketing researcher. In this research, we covered the Muscat region, which may limit our understanding because of a specific region. When we're talking about the significance of the study, so the research is expected to be beneficial to different parties. When we're talking about the companies, those who are specifically in automobile sector, the companies which want to understand and know more about brand awareness, and it impacts with, they will get benefit from this study. And of course, for the students, for the researchers, those who want to expand their research in brand awareness and automobile, this research will be beneficial for them as well. We have gone through the type of methods. When we're talking about methods, the type of research design and data collection. So the present investigation is quantitative in nature, and of course, in which primary data was collected. And the design of the research is descriptive in nature, in which a survey method was used. So after collecting the data and information, and after analyzing by using different research methods, we have the findings. Okay. And of course, the overall pattern of results reveals that brand loyalty is a product of a number of factors. Study revealed a high level of brand awareness about the BMW car amongst its users. And when we are talking about other factors, that is brand performance, brand image, we cannot ignore the influence of customer relationship management and after sales service provided by the company. So these are the main contributory factors of customer satisfaction, which leads to brand loyalty. And of course, the outcome of brand loyalty is repeat purchase, when a customer is going to repeat its purchase, or they are going to suggest to their known person to purchase that brand. So this is the outcome of the brand loyalty, and a positive effect of product quality and performance on customer satisfaction. So when we are talking about customer satisfaction, it's very much linked with the quality of the product and its performance. And apart from the quality, there is a need of customers to put into consideration Other influencing factors that might affect customer satisfaction, like customer services and price as well. And last but not the least is about the direct relationship between customer satisfaction and contribution of the employees. When we're talking about the contribution of the employees, like, like they are the face of the company, or they are the face of the organization. And customers, they deal with them. Of course, they are in the direct touch of the employees, the workers, those, especially those who are in front line. As a customer, like we never approach to the CEO of the company or the head of the institutions or organization. So there's a direct relationship between the customer satisfaction and the employee behavior and the contribution towards effective management of CRM elements, that is customer relationship elements. So with the help of customer relationship elements, they can develop a stronger relationship with the customers, and of course, which leads to the satisfaction of customer, and of course, enhance loyalty with them. Moving to the conclusion, from the findings of the investigation, it is concluded that product quality and its performance, brand image, customer relationship management, and after sales services are some of the effective strategic approaches that will lead to long-term retention of the customers and maintain sustainability in profit. Now, of course, brand awareness is a very important factor, but apart from brand awareness, these are the you can say the factors which help the organization, or which helps the companies to come up with a better strategic approach, which helps them to retain their customers, to increase the level of their satisfaction, to which leads, of course, to customer loyalty, and as a result, the organization or the company, they can have sustainable profit. And the last is about recommendation. So of course, like when we are talking specifically about BMW company, so the company carry out regular review of the quality of the product, and we recommend that the company should continue this, and of course they can use different technological tools as well, because it's an era of technology, and new features should be regularly be introduced in order to improve brand image, and it should be advertised. And employee training program is also very important, because as I said earlier, like employees or the workers, they are the face of any company or organization. So they should be trained properly, like how to deal with the customers, how to deal with the complaints, how to solve the queries and clear the doubts of the customers. So for that, they also need the training program, so that they can be updated and they can understand their customers in a better way. They can serve their customer in a better way with the help of different CRM programs. And of course, the company will get benefit out of this. And we cannot ignore after sales service as well. But I mean, when we're talking about BMW, it's very good in providing after sales service, but we all know, like, there's always a chance of improvement. So of course, when they are going to increase the level of this services which they are going to provide after sales, it will help them to maintain a better customer relationship management, and they can have a better customer relationship, and which leads to better satisfaction and to enhance loyalty. So thank you so much, all of you, for listening. That's all from my side. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Our next paper title is Assessing Funding Methods for Gross Working Capital, a study of Andhra Pradesh Paper Mills Limited. The presenters for the same are Dr. Arun Kumar, Global Head and CEO, Global Project SBS, Odisha State; Dr. Divya Rana, who is the Communicating Author, Assistant Professor of Management Department, IPEM; and Dr. Bhagyashree Padhi, who is the Associate Professor working at School of Management Studies, Gandhi Engineering College, Odisha.
Hello.
Hello, yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible and the PPT is visible as well. You can now start presenting.
Thank you so much. And good afternoon to all of you. My name is Dr. Divya Rana. Today I'm going to present a topic on assessing funding methods for gross working capital, an analysis of Andhra Pradesh Papers Mills Limited. And this is the flow or table of contents. Like first I discussed about the introduction, their conceptual framework, statement of problem, research methodology, their techniques, result, and last conclusion, and suggestions and policy implication. First, we start with the introduction. Like the introduction is that like why I choose this topic for the Andhra Pradesh Paper Mills Limited. There is some history about that. I will talk in a very brief mode. The company was incorporated in 29th of June in 1964 as the Rajmundry, East Godavari district. And this is a list, the company listed in the Hyderabad Stock Exchange, Mumbai Stock Exchange, and also in the National Stock Exchange. Basically, this company are working for a paper-based paper mill, and this runs on the bamboo, rice, stock-based papers, etc. This acquired coastal papers and is around a recycling and agro-based paper mills, and it is also a writing and printing of products, industrial products, posters, and crafts. This is recently identified as the fourth largest paper and pulp manufacturer in India. Even after that, the previous research is also about the company under the observation. The conceptual research for this study, basically this research is justifying or also analyzing the approaches, which approach the company is using for their financing, and also which approach they are taking for financing the long term and the short term. So deciding about an appropriate financing mix is a policy-oriented decision for a company. As we know, under the finance, we have three kinds of approaches like hedging or matching, conservative, aggressive approaches. The first is the hedging or matching approach. Under this approach, we are basically focusing on the long-term sources of funds, how the companies take the decision to take the long-term sources and how they're dividing their assets or their financing to utilize in their company. Under the conservative approach, basically, what they're doing under that, they are taking the funds. On that basis, the long-term sources of finance, and this is they are dividing into a part as like a current assets and the total fixed asset. And another part is the aggressive approaches, and this approaches is basically they are following both the long term and the short term. Under the short term loans or the sources of finance, they are mixing or they are fixing for the current assets. And this is a part of the fixed asset in addition to financing the fluctuating current assets. Under this company, we are focusing on that, what is the availability of year-wise financial data, and we choose a decade, like decade is for 10 years. And we are also seeing that there is a homogeneity between the annual financial data and the company as a whole. Then third is the critical change in the ownership, organizational structure, financial aspects, and the organization as a government policy in the time period of study. Basically, the aim of this study is to provide and giving the empirical data in financing a gross working capital in Andhra Pradesh Paper Mills Limited with reference to a Indian paper industry over a decade under observation. Objective of the study is to identify what is the pattern of investment in the gross working capital in the Andhra Pradesh Paper Limited. And second is we will critically evaluate the approaches of financing for the short-term working capital in the case of industry. For this, we collected the data, the period of time as we talk about the decade 1990 to 2008, and I will give the reason why we collected the data for this year and the 1998 and 2008. Because of that, they have the establishment year of the company. Also, there are some fluctuation in their profit. Then, if there is after the 2009, they have some severe changes or the severe fluctuation in that. So first in this study, we are following from 1999 to 2008. And also we are going another paper, and we are in this decade, we are focusing on the current year, like from 2011 to 2020. So this is the first case study. Under that, we are focusing for the financial approaches. Under this, we collected the data from the CMI and also from the Mumbai Stock Exchange, like different books and journals. Now we are talking about the hypothesis part. Under that, we are focusing on how the long-term sources of fund plays a major role in financing a gross working capital. So under that, we found out that the yearly we are focusing, and you can see in the 1999 to 2008, the total of company ABC that taking a loan from 100 to 12. It's mean they're taking a long-term funds, and they're distributing in the short term. So basically, when you can see the 12% of their loan, it is just because it's going on over interest area, and they have to pay more interest. Because of that, they are using the aggressive approach. If you talk about the industry as in the industry as a whole, what they're doing, they are using the moderate approach, or we can say the approach is like the hedging approach. Under the hedging approach, they're focusing when they're using the financing a long-term finance, and this finance they're using there only for the long term, not for the short term. If they are taking the short-term loan, so they are focusing only to distribute this finance into the short-term goals. It doesn't matter like if you're taking the long-term goals and when you have the lots of debt, again you are taking the loan. So means is that when you are taking the investment decision for financing your company, must you have to go for the hedging approach, so that you can know how the debt area you can reduce it. Next table you can see here, this is the author's own creation in the AP Paper Mills Limited and the Indian paper industry. Under that you can see here the current asset is their zero asset, but you can see the 12.90% of their current asset they have to pay a more. If they are following the hedging approach, or we can say the matching approach, they can reduce their debt and they can focus on how to maintain their full growth of the industry. And because of that, when we see their 10 years of data, and they after that they have a loss in their own company, and we are just seeing what was the reason for that and what is the reason behind for their loss. When we come to the conclusion part, we can see there under the AP Paper Limited, they are focusing only the high aggressive policy, because the high aggressive policy they need a more loan, but they don't know like they're taking a more major point. So basically the suggestion is that in this paper they have to focus onto the moderate policy of the industry, so they can have the more benefits in their company, and they can generate more profits. Under that, the policy implication that under the case analysis basically first benefit giving to the company, and this is also have the insightful for the senior managers, policymakers, and the board of directors to evaluate such each situation in the early stage, so they can identify which strategies they have to follow in their company, so the maximum shareholders they can take the more profit. So basically that's all from my side. Thank you so much for listening this presentation.
Thank you so much, ma'am. The next presenter is Dr. Ramandeep Saini, who is the Dean International Affairs, CGC, Mohali, Punjab. And Manisha Chima, Assistant Professor, Chandigarh Business School of Administration, Mohali, Punjab. The title of their paper is Effectiveness of Digital Marketing in Enhancing the Market Performance in Healthcare Sector, with a special reference to Punjab.
Hello, good afternoon, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I can
Okay.
hear you.
Yeah. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yeah. Yes, good afternoon. I'm presenting this. I'm the second author of this paper. Ma'am is not there right now. She's not available. So I'm presenting the paper. It is effectiveness of digital marketing in enhancing the market performance in healthcare sector with special reference to Punjab. What we have done is we have taken a sample of 150 there from the marketers only in the registered hospitals in Punjab, just to understand whether what is their perception about the digital marketing being used in the healthcare sector. Is it effective or not from the market performance point of view? We have considered here, we made 6 hypotheses in it. First one is there is no significant relationship between the potential business opportunities and usage of various tools of digital marketing in the select unit of healthcare sector. We considered 5 variables there: potential business opportunities, profit, potential sales, market share, sales leads, and access to the international market. While doing these variables were picked after going through the ROL there. Now for the reliability test, we checked the Cronbach alpha for all the variables individually. It was found to be above 0.7. So all the variables were considered there. So these were included in the study. While doing it, we had taken actually 8 variables. One of it was falling somewhere around 0.5 in Cronbach and it was dropped. Then for the whole market performance, overall it was considered whether how much is it able to explain the market performance. These variables are able to explain the market performance. So it was found again Cronbach alphas that 0.783 was taken and only 6 items were considered. Then this is the descriptive side of it, and what the factor loadings are taken for each, and these all were above 7 and taken in the same. So they are explaining the variables we are the construct we are considering. First is their potential business opportunities. Various tools were taken: WhatsApp, blog, e-marketing, Facebook, Instagram, affiliate marketing, and Twitter. And R was calculated. It was found that R was maximum for Instagram and maximum for the affiliate, followed by the Instagram. That means that there is a strong correlation between affiliate marketing and potential business opportunities. And it was found to be least for the blog, where which concludes that blogs are not able to increase the potential opportunities for the business. Then the second one was taken profit, where in the profit it was found to be maximum for again affiliate marketing, followed by the Facebook and Instagram thereafter. And the profit, and it was again found to be least for the blogs were again found to be a little least effective of all the tools being used there. Then we considered the potential sales for it, where it was found to be again for the affiliate marketing, it was found to be 0.801. That means strongly it is correlated to the potential sales, and followed by the Instagram, Facebook, and WhatsApp there. Again, it was found to be least for the blog, which again implies that for the blogs, it is least effective. Blogs are least effective in increasing the potential sales. Then next one was taken for the market share. It was found that market share is maximum for affiliate marketing, which was 0.768, and it was followed by the WhatsApp 0.5753, again followed by the Instagram, and followed then by the Facebook. Again, it was found to be least for the blogs 0.298. That means blogs are all again ineffective for increasing the market share, where it was found to be very effective for the affiliate marketing. Then we took the next one, in which case the sales leads are more being, where do we get the more of the sales leads? It was found to be maximum for the affiliate marketing, then followed by Instagram, then by the WhatsApp. And again, it was found to be least for the blog, and very close it was for the email marketing also. 0.297 for the blog and 0.299 for email marketing. Then we took the access to the international marketing. Again, it was found to be maximum in case of Instagram, 0.799. That means through Instagram is most effective in getting the access to the international marketing. Since all the values of R were positive, that means they are all increasing in, they all are effective. No value was found to be negative in this case again. And it was least for WhatsApp. WhatsApp are not able to get the access to the international market. So finding was all the variables which were selected through the review of literature showed that there are significant relationship between the market performance and usage of these various tools of digital marketing. Affiliate marketing, WhatsApp marketing, Instagram were found to have very strong relation in case of sales lead, profit, market share, and access to the international market. It was established that aggressive use of the digital marketing can benefit the marketers by enhancing the market, to enhance the market performance in the healthcare sector. That's all.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Anything to be asked there?
No, ma'am. If there will be any questions, it will be asked at the end of the technical session too.
Fine.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. The next paper is an analytical study of the influence of the hybrid working model on human resource. The presenters for the same are Ms. Akshita Jaiswal, BCom final year, Lingyas Vidyapeeth, Ms. Priyanka Pandey, Assistant Professor, Lingyas Vidyapeeth, and Mr. Pawan Kumar, Assistant Professor, School of Commerce and Management, Lingyas Vidyapeeth, Faridabad.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to give you a presentation on the topic of analytical study of hybrid working model on human resource. So I like to give you an overview of hybrid working model. So hybrid working model is a combination of remote working and working in the office. It is mostly preferred after the pandemic situation, and it is mostly used in the modern era. And it also provide flexible work model and also provide option to choose work in the office and work at the home. So there are some companies who choose a hybrid working model like Google, Ford, Amazon, Wipro, TCS, and so on. There are structure of working model. I have divided into three era: before pandemic, during, and after pandemic. And these are the working model are used in this era. Now, by studying the concept of hybrid working, I have observed some nature of hybrid working, which are shown as enhancement in performance, cost saving, time saving, and combination of remote working and working in the office. Impact of hybrid working model. See, I have divided into two parts: from the employer point of view, from the employee point of view. From the employer point of view, there are some impact like it will help in enhancement in performance, better growth, and there is a less chance of conflicts. From the employee point of view, there will be a cost saving, time saving, and better performance. And I have also studied case study on Google, that in this Google, as we know, it is an American multinational technology, in which his CEO name is Sundar Pichai, has announced a hybrid working model, because as per their survey, there were 75% people who are not willing to work in an office after the pandemic situation. So resolving this issue, they have announced the hybrid working model, in which they provide employee need to work 3 days in an office and 2 days at home. So the objective of study, our objective of study is the getting the solution of this question, which is what is hybrid model? Is it really help to resolve the conflict between online and offline way? Is it also assist in enhance production in the organization? Are students also available to enhance their skill through this mode? How does it influence or impact employees on human resource? And these are the literature review in which I have covered Thomas J. Skill and Brian A. Young, in which they have tell embracing the hybrid model working at the intersection of virtual and physical learning spaces, in which they have studied about two modes of learning, which is visual and offline learning. And second one is, can it enhance student learning outcome, in which they are talking about that there is
Akshita?
Yes, ma'am.
Dear, you can just explain the research methodology and then the conclusion.
Oh, okay, ma'am. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So in this, I have used a questionnaire in which I have prepared a questionnaire and get the responses from my colleagues and my faculty. And as per the analysis, we got that there are many people who are in favor of hybrid working model and also aware about hybrid working model. And they also think that it really provide beneficial for personnel, like enhancing their skill, promote teamwork in the organization, lack of chance of conflict, proper coordination, good work culture, and also efficient. And last but not the least, there is a conclusion that a hybrid working model is really beneficial for personnel, and it also provide benefit like providing autonomous right for work. It provide beneficial for the employer point of view and employees point of view, like providing autonomous right of work, cost saving and time saving, enhancement in performance, fulfill the interest of personnel performing a task. And these are references I have used in my research paper. Thank you so much for giving me your time.
Thank you, Akshita. Now, the next title of the paper is Impact of Transferring Ideas of Circular Economy in Managing Human Resource. The paper has been written by Mr. Rishi Saxena, Assistant Professor, Tirthankar Mahavir University, and Ms. Ritu Saxena, Assistant Professor, IPEM Ghaziabad. Mr. Neeraj Mehndi Ratta will be presenting this paper in the absentia of both the authors of this paper.
Hello everyone. I'm audible?
Yes, Neeraj, you're audible.
Hello everyone, I am Neeraj Mandirata and I'm student of MBA from Institute of Professional Excellence and Management. Today, in the absence of Dr. Ritu ma'am and Mr. Rishi sir, I'm going to present the paper that is on impact of transposition of principles of circular economy to human resource management. So let us take a brief upon introduction. What is circular economy? Circular economy, these are the new reforms, ways of doing business and best ways to utilize the resources. It promotes the accountable use of all the assets such as natural, physical, technical resources in such a way so that we can get the optimum utilization of it. But in this, human asset appears to be disregarded. So let us move forward with that. In circular economy, there are 7 principles that are reuse, repair, recycle, second-hand and sharing economy, and functionality economy, industry ecology, and eco-conception. So let us relate it with human resource management. Let us start with reuse. If we have some old employees, like we are going to remove them. So instead of removing them, we can retain them and we can give them a salary hike or something like that, so that we can reuse them and reuse their potential in our organization to get the maximum use of them. Second is remove. If we are removing some repair. Second, if we are removing someone for the base, like they are not having a particular knowledge on that skill, so we can teach them and then we can use them, like we can retain them in our organization. After that, recycle. Like we can teach them new things. Okay, so these are all the 7 principles of circular economy. And after that, we have to see what is the research problem. Like when the term circular economy is used, it usually refers to the set of principles, activities related to the efficient use of natural resources and the optimization of physical and technical resources, such as eco-design, industrial ecology, and recycle. Organizations, on the other hand, rarely discuss what the circular economy means in the human resource As a research of transition of circular economy principles, a new way of thinking about human resource management is necessary. So let us go with the literature overview. Resources highly valued in circular economy and preserved and practice to increase value and reduce waste as much as feasible. Several experts also came to the conclusion that the circular economy can provide new work opportunities. The XTEX analysis, which was compiled by experts in several major consulting organizations, determined that circular economy has potential to generate new jobs. According to the report published in August 2018, the creation of method adopt circular economy roughly created 50,000 employments in UK and 54,000 in Netherlands may be created. Okay, after that, the objective of study. The first is to study various principles of circular economy that we have already discussed, like the 7 principles, and to know how these principles can be applied in human resource management, to know what the impact on the employees would be if the principles be transposed in the organization, to know what the impact on the organization would be if the principle would be transposed in the organization. Next is research methodology. In this, we have taken a sample of 50 employees in which we got the 47 responses from diverse organizations, which includes top management, senior managers, and other competent professionals from various organizations. Okay. In this, we have instrumentation. We have taken with the range of strongly disagree, neutral, agree, to strongly agree, and have like 5-point like skills like that. Okay, like data analysis technique. Since our data is more than 30 people, so we have chosen the hypothesis testing, that is Z-score statistics. So in this data, there are 66% of like the people who has filled this form, 66% are male and 34% are female, in which more than 10 years of experience, like 23% of people are having more than 10 years of experience, and 30% of people are having between the range of 5 to 10 years, and 90% people are freshers, and 1 to 5 years of experience having 28% of people. In this, like through this, here is the mean, standard deviation, and standard error. So we have seen like almost in the scale of 12, 95% of people have accepted that. Only we got 2 rejections. So I think according to our findings, like we just have to conclude it. According to our findings, if the various principles of circular economy are applied to human resource management, it will improve the quality of work-life, assist employees in performing better, provide opportunities for self-assessment, reduce turnover, increase commitment, make employees feel more recognized in an organization, detect hidden talent, and stop the loss of talent. As a result, it is fair to conclude that incorporating circular economy principles would benefit both employees and the firm. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Neeraj. The next paper is Role and Impact of Media on Society. The authors for the same are Dr. Megha Kansal, Assistant Professor, IAMR College, Ghaziabad, and Dr. Venus Tyagi, Associate Professor, IAMR College, Ghaziabad. Mr. Lakshay Sharma will be presenting these papers in the absentia of both these authors.
Very good afternoon, ma'am. Am I
Good
audible?
afternoon. Yes, you're audible.
Ma'am, I want to share my screen with you.
Yeah, you can share the screen. You are the co-host, so you can share the screen.
Yes, no, I'm. Ma'am, it's giving me an error. Just give me a second.
Not an issue, Lakshay.
Sure, like this. Okay, it's asking for the permission. Just give me 2 seconds for me. Permission. Hello. Ma'am, can I use Shivam's device for this?
We actually have your
Okay,
PPT,
sharing.
so we can share the PPT and then you can present.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Please,
Okay,
ma'am.
okay. So we are
Actually, I'm
sharing the
using it on
PPT.
my
You can
mobile
wait
phone.
for a
That's why
minute.
it's changing. Yes, ma'am. Please.
Yeah.
Sorry for the inconvenience.
Not an issue.
Thank you so much, ma'am. A very warm and pleasant afternoon to anyone present here. I'm Lakshmi Sharma, and today I'm here presenting this paper research by Dr. Megha Kaushal, Assistant Professor, IAMR College Ghaziabad, and Dr. Venus Tyagi, Associate Professor, IAMR College Ghaziabad. So, moving forward, let's turn to the page of introduction. Media and society are closely related to each other. The widespread impact of media on society can easily be seen these days. Media reflects our society, how it works, and what it constitutes. With the advancement in technology area and other sources, has also fragmented the growth in the thought of and ideas of people. Today, people are just a click away from any and every event that is available on the internet. There are various forms of media that helps to inform, educate, and entertain our society. Media can be print form that in through newspaper, books, magazine, and etc. Moving towards the next slide. Abstract. Media is expression of review of literature. Okay. Review of literature. Ravi Prakash Singh, the society networking site are nowadays playing a growing role in people's everyday life, and the use of social networking site has become more and more important as a way of communication in the last couple of years. Social networking sites like Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and MySpace, etc. have gained more and more status. From the network society sites, especially the big three service as Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube has grown extremely in the last couple of years. Politicians are now using social media and the internet in turn are permitting a new arena of grassroots political affairs. The main objective of this article is to study the role of social networking sites like Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube on Indian politics. Now moving towards the new media culture nowadays. So Dr. Megha and Dr. Venus Tyagi sir has concluded that the TV viewers can attend the favored TV transmission on the screen of computer, the PC and beyond by far the native purpose, and now it plays the role of television and multiple certain. It is used in the same time for downloading the TV transmissions for the internet and programming the data listing of high definition. Use of internet access in India. So as you can see in this table, the purpose of internet access is given and the percentage of users that are using these services are also given. 91% of people have their email accounts through and they access it through emails and internet. Only 79% population of India has general information search, and 49% of Indian public use text chats, 46% use online gaming, and so on. The list continues. So moving forward, how frequently people use social media. There are so many social media platforms available today in Facebook, like Facebook, Twitter, Google, YouTube, LinkedIn, Instagram, and WhatsApp. Nearly 86% people use social media only once per day. Half of social media users prefer to use this through mobile phones. Now, social media become the part of everybody's routine life. It is an easy way to communicate with people, to do online shopping, find out other things to do, and get updates. Facebook is most popular among these other social media platforms, as it is the oldest and very favorite networking site. Objective of the study: to study the new media practices and its bearing with culture changes in society, to understand the global communication pattern under new media technologies. Also, Dr. Megha and Dr. Venus concluded the whole paper research by saying that the new media growth is too quick for a subcontinent like that of India, with other parameters of economy, education, technology being synchronous with the media boom. The behavior of people, their thinking, the family, the joint family system, the dress culture has all seen too many variants in very short time, becoming a displeasure to spirit of injury in the Homo sapiens. Social networking is simply redefining human communication and relationship. Thank you so much for giving your valuable time and listening this presentation. Thank you so much. as you can listen.
Thank you. Thank you, Lakshay.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
The next paper is a study of HRM practices and organizational performance in hospitals. The author for the same is Ms. Swati Tyagi, who is a research scholar at IFTM College, Moradabad. Mr. Shivam Bhardwaj will be presenting this paper in absentia of Ms. Swati Tyagi. Yes, Shivam, you can now start your presentation.
Okay. Very good afternoon to one and all present over here. I am Lakshay Sharma, here to present a research paper on, I am Shivam Bharadwaj of IPM Institute Ghaziabad, and here I am to present the research paper on behalf of Swati ma'am. And the topic is a study of HRM practices and organizational performance in hospitals. Table of content, introduction, objective of study, research methodology, findings, conclusion. Next slide. Introduction. Objective of studies: to study how HRM practice affect organizational performance in hospitals, to evaluate and confirm model, to study the role of training and development in the employee performance. Literature review. According to Breton and Gold, recruitment is the process of creating a pool of qualified candidates to apply for jobs within an organization, and selection is the method used by managers and others to select from a pool of candidates a person more likely to succeed in jobs given management goals and legal requirements. Research hypothesis is based on a few hypotheses. First hypothesis is recruitment and selection has positive association with organizational performance. Second is compensation and reward has positive association with organizational performance. Third is performance appraisal has positive association with organizational performance. Fourth, teamwork has positive association with organizational performance. Fifth, training and development has positive association with organizational performance. Employees from 4 private hospitals in a specific district of Uttar Pradesh made up the responders. 600 qualified nurses work in the workforce, providing services to the patient at the corresponding institutions. 250 nurses make up the study sample size. The use of biased sample random sampling was made. Self-administered questionnaire with a 5-point Likert scale in order to gather data. Data analysis. The Crowbach alpha coefficient was used in the study to evaluate the scale's dependability. Newly in 1978 stated that a construction should have a Crowbach alpha level of 0.60 or higher. AVE, which measures the average variance shared between a construct and its item, was used to test the convergent validity of all the constructs Fronel and Larker in 1981. A construction correlation, which is basically defined the result of a Crowbach alpha value and AV value, which is presented here. Next slide, please. Now we have the significance about the hypothesis 1 and for the hypothesis 5, and rest of the hypotheses were insignificant in the result model. And the R square value is 0.174. Conclusion. The goal of this study is to explore the connection between organizational performance among hospital nurses and HRM practices. The results of the empirical research have shown that training and development as well as recruitment and selection may have an effect on organizational performance. Thanks. That's all from the side, and thank you for having patience and have a good day.
Thank you, Shivam.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
The next title of the paper is A Study of Cryptocurrency. The authors for the same are Mr. Kanishk Agarwal and Mr. Neeraj Mehendiratta. Both are the students of MBA first year, IPEM Ghaziabad.
Hello everyone. I'm Neeraj Mandirata from MBA first year from Institute of Professional Excellence and Management. Today we have chosen a topic, like we have made a research on the topic cryptocurrency. Let us move with that. Let us move with the introduction. In this study, we are going to explain about what is cryptocurrency, where it is legalized, with all the nature and factors, top 10 cryptocurrencies and perspective of people towards it with comparison of stocks. Like we are going to study like whether people will prefer stocks or cryptocurrency on the basis of a survey. Cryptocurrencies are launched in the internet ecosystem and are used primarily outside of the traditional banking system. They are used for transfer and exchange of value over the internet. The brief review aims to give an introduction of the most commonly used cryptocurrencies. Let us understand what is cryptocurrency in like general language. A cryptocurrency is a digital currency which is an alternative form of payment created using encryption algorithms. Cryptocurrency is the shape of digital forex that is made as a trade form of payment. The usage of encrypting algorithms. Algorithms are a set of rules, like a pre-decided set of rules in which the code or the process is made, and where it is launched. Like the process, like the e-cash concept is given by an American cryptographer David Chaum in 1983. Like since then we are working on e-cash, and recently we launched a cryptocurrency. What is nature of cryptocurrency? So cryptocurrency is digitalized, like it's digital in nature, which is an alternative form of payment creating using encryption algorithms. Again, we are using the word algorithm because that is the main part on which the cryptocurrency are working. Every cryptocurrency has a different algorithm. After that, the use of encryption technologies means that cryptocurrencies function both as currency and as a virtual accounting system. To use cryptocurrencies, you need a cryptocurrency wallet. So different cryptocurrency needs a different cryptocurrency wallet. So let us see how it works. Let us see how the price of cryptocurrency changes. The main price factor is the law of supply and demand. If the circulating supply of the currency is low, then the price is high. And again, if the supply is high and the demand is low, then the price is low. Then it works on the process called blockchain. A blockchain is a decentralized ledger of all transactions across a peer-to-peer network. Cryptocurrency is run on a distributed public ledger called the blockchain. Here we have used the word decentralized. It means there is no centralized authority for cryptocurrency. Then we can come to mining. Cryptocurrency units are created through a process called mining. And after that, buying, selling, and storing. Users can also buy cryptocurrencies from brokers, then store and spend them using crypto wallets. Then crypto wallets, usually it is very difficult for any person to make a specific crypto wallet for specific currencies. So they use third-party applications such as CoinSwitch, Kuber, CoinSwitch, DC. On basis of that, they're like sharing their, they are like buying and selling their currencies. Then after that, what is decentralized algorithm and mining? Again, like decentralized, where is no central authorization, like no central authority is there. Then algorithm, a set of rules. Mining, like it is a complex computation and technological process of validating the coin transactions. What is algorithm used? The primary concept of algorithm is that the miner attempts to find the enternons, the use of the brute pressure calculation in order that the in-using hash is less than a threshold determined by the way of calculating trouble. So here are the countries which legalize cryptocurrencies, in which the El Salvador, Slovenia, Germany, Malta, Netherlands, Singapore, Estonia, Switzerland, and Portugal. Like most of the big countries haven't legalized it, like such as Japan, United States, Germany, France, Malta, Canada, Belarus, Holland, Vietnam, Singapore, Thailand, India, Russia. These are the big economic countries which are not legalized the cryptocurrencies. Why? Because there are no centralized authority for the cryptocurrencies. So that's why they haven't legalized it. Because there is no record like in bank transactions, such as we have a centralized authority, like someone is having a watch on you that you are making this much transactions. But in the cryptocurrency, there is no centralized authority. So there is no one to check out like how much you're spending and what are the tax and all. And after that, we can just move on to the largest cryptocurrency by market capital This data is taken on 29 Jan 2023. So these are here. Like in this, the first is the name of the cryptocurrency. After that, the price, the market capital, the circulating supply, and the activity. And here we can see the more the circulating supply, the less the price of cryptocurrency, because the demand of that particular cryptocurrency is less. After that, let's move on to the survey. We have taken the survey of 50 people in which they belong to between the age of 18 to 25. There are 48 people. Rest are from the different ages, one. So we have just neglected that, and we have made this survey on the basis of the responses that we have got from the 48 people. So the first question we have asked that, do you plan in investing in cryptocurrency in future? So like we can say around 63% of people said maybe, might be, because they're not sure about that. They're not having proper knowledge on that. But 21% of people states no, and 16% says yes. Okay, so in our age group, that the growing age group, the developing age group, who is the future of India, is not planning to like that much invest in crypto. They are not sure about cryptocurrency because the market is not like legalized or about it yet. And the next question we asked, do you know about cryptocurrency? So around 63% of people are aware about cryptocurrency and their market capitals and about that. But 37% of the audience are still there who are not aware about that. Next, we have asked about, have you invested in cryptocurrency? Like the people from our age group, there are 23% of people who are still investing here in cryptocurrency. So we can see there is a scope of market in that, the cryptocurrency. So the last question we have asked, what would you choose to invest, either cryptocurrency or stock? So we can see cryptocurrency is a very dicey market. So only 40% of people says that they will choose to invest in cryptocurrency, but 60% of people are still there, like who believe that stock would be a better option for them, because in stock there is an asset behind the price, like assets of an organization, of a particular company, on which on basis we are going to invest on the company, and on the basis we are going to calculate the return. But cryptocurrency, like very uncertain, there is no lie, like we cannot predict the returns. Thank you so much everyone, and have a great day.
Thank you, Neeraj. Now, the next paper is Green Marketing, Actual Implications Among Environment and Youth. The authors for the same are Mr. Shivam Bhardwaj and Mr. Lakshya Sharma. Both of them are the students of MPA second year IPEM Ghaziabad. Shivam, you can now share your screen.
Yes, ma'am. Just a moment. Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Are we both audible?
Yes, dear, you're audible.
Okay. So a very warm and pleasant afternoon to one and all present here. I am Lakshya Sharma from MBA.
And I am Shivam Bhardwaj.
So today we are here to present a presentation on our paper research. So first of all, we would like to thank our IPEM college and our respected faculty members who has given this opportunity to present here under the line Paradigm Shift in Business and Management, Outcome-Based Strategic Performance Management System with Stakeholders Perspective. So today's our topic is green marketing and actual implication among environment and youth. So the reason why we choose this topic is because nowadays our environment is very polluted and it's getting worse day by day.
And an overview on this study is, in today's business scenario, environmental issues play an important role in business. Green marketing is a phenomenon which has developed particular importance in the modern market and has emerged as an important concept in India as in other parts of the developing and developed worlds, and is seen as an important strategy of facilitating sustainable development. In today's environmentally conscious world, the word green has become a buzzword. Rising with all the environment, it is still suffering at a certain level. So the purpose of the study is to evaluate either it really green marketing involves developing and promoting products or services that satisfy customer want and need for quality, performance, affordable pricing, and convenience without having a detrimental input on the environment, or it is only left out as a marketing strategy with a different name, that is green.
Moving towards the introduction of our topic and topic, first of all, environment programs are the reason why green marketing emerged. Green marketing refers to the process of selling products and services based on their environmental benefits. Such a product or service may be environmentally friendly or produced a package in the environmental friendly way. According to the American Marketing Associate, green marketing is the marketing of products that are pursued to be environmentally safe. Thus, green marketing incorporates a broad range of activities, including products manufacturing, change to the product process, packaging changes, and as well as modifying advertising.
Moving towards the literature review, the first wave of the green marketing occurred in 1980s. The term green marketing came into prominence in the late 1980s and early 1990s. According to the Petite in 2001, there are three phases of green marketing evolution. Those were ecological green marketing, environmental green marketing, and sustainable green marketing.
Talking about the research methodology, this research has consisted of cross-sectional study. The study investigates, measures the outcomes and the exposure in the study that participants at the same time. Unlikely in other case control studies, participants selected based on the outcome studies statuses, or studies like participants select based on the exposure status. The participant in a cross-sectional study are just selected based on the inclusion and exclusion criteria set by the study. Even when we drafted the questions for survey, the age criteria was from 18 to 40, and the questionnaires were basic, also was set with the approach of knowing the actual awareness and thought process of communities regarding green marketing in their products specifications. And our sample size was 80, above 80.
So now looking at the table, this table depicts the result that we concluded from the survey of 80 above respondents. So basically, people were used to aware about the term green marketing, but actually do not know about the products and services they are getting and using in day-to-day life. With those are indulged in the green marketing strategies. As for the insights, just have a look in the on the numbers that the 72.7% were the person out of the respondent those are aware about the green marketing as for from their subject matters. But out of those, only 25.6% were the person those were familiar with the products. Those are indulged in the green marketing, or the companies those are regularly formulating the strategies to having a green marketing association. But out of those person those are very familiar with the green products, only 22.8% were the number those are definite buying preference for green products. And if we talk about the total respondent, so out of total respondent, 53.8% were the audience those have a thought that the strategies those are formulating for have an impact on green marketing is really influencing the public on a general and global level. But rest of those were the respondent those were not too sure that is really green marketing impacting the global at global level. Suggestions from our side: for effective and efficient implementation of this concept of green marketing, the factor that plays a major role is the government. Unless the government creates specific and stringent laws and utilizes its authority to implement them, the concept cannot be conceptualized. If the consumer, the organization, and the government work in unison towards the common goal of minimizing the detrimental environmental impact of their activities, they can surely save this environment and make this world a better place to live in.
Talking about the conclusion, encouraging customer evangelism via consumer, social, and internet communication network with compelling, interesting, and entertaining information about environmental products is such an essential aspect of what this study specifically stands out of all the content. As we can all see that also this presentation part is also done digitally, not in the form of papers. So we are here also protecting our environment and resources by not harming them. Also, when we go out for watching movies and buying products like digital products, they are also using less plastic and they're going for green products more. So we should also start accepting these things and start purchasing those products only. Those are helping in our environment. So now this is the right time to select green marketing global. It will come with drastic change in the world of business if all nations will make strict rules, because green marketing is essential to save the world from pollution. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Shivam and Lakshay.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Now, the next topic is conventional marketing. And the presenter of the same is Ms. Manisha Chima, Assistant Professor, Chandigarh Business School of Administration, Mohali, Punjab.
Ma'am, I'm not able to share the screen.
Ma'am,
Okay,
you're the
thank you. Now
co-host
it's
now.
done.
You can,
Now it's done. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. The topic for this is that will conventional marketing survive in digital era? I have done this is entirely a conceptual paper in which the study has been, the ROL has been compiled, and various points have been noted where the digital marketing is dominating in comparison to conventional, but still not able to rule out the conventional out there. Conventional has its feet firm out there. So some of the points which were found in while going for the research literature, that is DM is faster in profit acquisition, customer retention there. It improves the customer knowledge. It improves the efficiency and the economic condition of the company. These all were the various research done by the Smith, Guru, Shafi, Mott, in their research work, they had found it. Chaston, they found that evaluated usefulness and the efficiency of the organization. Then Waxom found that the keywords there, tags and website ranks, these all increase the visibility. Visibility increases plays a role in the brand building also. Sirisha, he found that the more efficient and accurate solutions can be found through the DM after discussion. Yamin found that the DM influences the consumer behavior. Then after that, it was found Charles Gibson. He found that increasing the visibility, when the visibility increases, they are able to reach to the target audience. Then Shri Nivase, he found that the purchase and more purchase is done by this is a point which comes on the counter to the digital marketing. Say, since more of that purchase is done by not the youngster, and the more of the youngsters are there on the digital platform, so for other group, it is not digital which plays a role. They are more connected to the conventional way of marketing. They believe it more, so that as a result, the conventional can't be ruled out. Then conventional marketing is more of that practical alternative technique. King's North, he found that the digital marketing is more creative. TM gives a little less space for the creative, leaves a less space for the creativity. Arvind and Shankar research paper, they found it that since DM is considered to be one of the yardstick that the product is successful or not, or any service is successful, so DM can't be ruled out now. Then researcher found that it is the reviews also help in promoting the product. That goes as a self promotion rather than the promotion or the expenses being borne by the organization. Then Satya found that the opportunities are more interactive is there. It is able to engage the customer more. They are more connected through the DM rather than through the traditional marketing or the conventional. Martin says that the digital marketing, when you go for the search query, sometimes you get very accurate, customer gets right answer for their whatever the query or the problem is there. Whereas in case of TM, when he goes, the time consuming by both the end is there, because at times the same thing is being asked. Arfin found that the DM attract and engage the customer more. Then it was found by the Ibram that digital marketing is more effective in connecting the target audience. Then it was found by the Martin that there is certainly it is more connected, it increases the profit, but the negative side is there is a talent gap as the technology goes on changing. So the training the people and getting the right internal staff and the external, it is not an easy task. Moreover, he says that he found that it is difficult to keep the control over all the various tools of digital marketing, keeping them all intact, keeping them under the one roof and in the under one umbrella, so that the same message is sent through the various tools of digital marketing. It's a difficult and a challenging task. Then he says that there is sometimes the misuse of your product by the by the competitor. So what is concluded here is that it is not that digital marketing and the conventional both have to come together there. They socially, maybe they still, it is more be able to attract the local customer, but traditional, because there are people who, being in Indian culture, that youngster are less into that having the culture of going for the buying the product. So it is more that the elders who go, so elders are more connected to the
Excuse
traditional,
me,
so
ma'am.
we can't rule it out. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
So with this, technical session 2 also comes to an end. I thank all the participants and presenters for sharing their views on their respective topics. Now I would like to request all the presenters to kindly turn on their cameras so that we can take a group photograph. I once again request all the participants to kindly turn on their camera so that we can take a group photograph. Okay, thank you everyone. Now you can again turn your cameras off. Now we will move forward towards the valedictory session of the conference. I will now take this opportunity to introduce our valedictory speaker, Dr. M.Y. Khan. Dr. Mohammad Yasin Khan, Associate Professor of Marketing, International Business and GM, have 20.5 years of experience collectively in industry and academia. Awarded by President of India, Rashtrapati Puruskar, he completed his Doctor of Philosophy from Uttarakhand Technical University, Dehradun, India, on the topic Customized Communication, Value Proposition and Brand Loyalty in Retailing. Sir, I request you to kindly start your session.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Thank you very much once again. Respected chief guest of the conference, Dr. Azhar Kazmi, the renowned author and the eminent professor of King Fahd University, Dhahran, Saudi Arabia. The guest of honor for the event, Professor Emmanuel Awar, Associate Professor, Management University of South Africa. Our keynote speaker, Dr. Sailesh Iyer, Professor and Dean, Rai University, Ahmedabad. The other eminent speakers, Dr. Gagan Kukreja, Associate Professor, University of Bahrain. Our key facilitator of the conference, Professor Ramji Prasad, Professor Emeritus Future Technologies for Business, Herning, Denmark. Professor Rekha Sapra, key facilitator, international conference and officiating principal, Bharati College, New Delhi. Professor Neetu Maurya, assistant professor, KCC Institute, Noida, and Colonel Dr. A.S. Malhotra, Director General, IPM, Ghaziabad. All eminent speakers, paper presenters, academicians, faculty members, and participants. A very good evening to each and every one of you, and good afternoon to our foreign speakers and guests. I am short of words in expressing I'm feeling myself privileged for giving me this opportunity to address the event, that is International E-Conference on Paradigm Shift in Business and Management. Outcome-based strategic performance management system with stakeholders perspective. Around 30 papers being presented in the conference, and after listening the thoughts of our eminent speakers and professors, I feel that there is very few scope being left for me to speak on the topic. And I feel myself is high on in terms of my confidence, getting a chance on my name in the list of the people who have been participating in this event, in the presence of our eminent and reverend speakers of their fields and from across the world. I am very much confident and happy to say that IPM Ghaziabad organized a conference on the very relevant topic, that is addressing various aspects of the business orientation, and to gauge the exemplary shift in dealing with environment. I could witness the paper be with the high calibers and in-depth content of the subject have been presented during the course of conference going on. Our esteemed speakers made very pertinent observation and in-depth view of the subjects in terms of learning, the kind of interaction held with the speakers of eminent field made us to be thoughtful of the area. And it also motivated us to apply rich views of theirs to encompass the trajectory of business. As I earlier said that a little bit been left for me to speak, I will try to touch upon some of the aspect of the topic, some historical and some literary terms that to be explained with some exemplary examples from the history, and how this paradigm and paradigm shift could be understood. I'm starting with this by quoting Lebanon Office, the famous quote that is, "Miracle is a shift in perception from fear to love and winning the world." On a chilly winter, December 1893, a man was thrown away from the train just because of the color of his skin. I hope you people could understand about whom I'm talking. On the call of Dada Abdullah, Mahatma Gandhi being called to Pretoria from Natal, and he was supposed to travel by train. And at the station of Petersburg, he was thrown from the train just because of his color, and it was being quoted by Nelson Mandela, the deep disease of the time when a person is discriminated on the basis of the Gandhiji was seated in the first class upper compartment, and as he had purchased a first class ticket, a white person who entered the compartment hastened to summon the white railway officials, who ordered Gandhi to remove himself to the van compartment. And since police and non-white were not permitted in first class compartment, I'm using the term coolies. At the time, the term coolie was used in South Africa for Indians. Gandhi protested and produced his ticket, but he was warned that he would be forcibly removed if he not making his way. As Gandhi refused to comply with order, a white police officer pushed him out of the train, and his luggage was tossed out the platform. The train steamed away, and Gandhi withdrew to the waiting room, and it was a chilly winter. And it was just because of a symptom of the deep disease of color prejudice. The next evening, he continued the train journey, this time without a mishap. But a bigger mishap awaited him on the journey from Charlestown to Johannesburg, which had to be covered by the stagecoach. He was made to sit with the coachman on the box outside, while the white conductor sat inside with the white passengers. Gandhi pocketed the insult for fear of missing the coach altogether. On the way, the conductor, who wanted to smoke, spread a piece of dirty sackcloth on the footboard and ordered Gandhi to sit there so that the conductor could have Gandhi's seat and smoke. But Gandhi refused to do so. The conductor saw and rained blows on him and trying to throw him out. Gandhi clutched the brass rails of the coach box, refusing to yield and unwilling to retaliate. Some of the passengers even protested this act of the white police officer. But what he did, he obliged to stop beating Gandhi, but kept his seat. This incident made the Gandhi to think about. And Gandhi came up with a paradigm shift idea that is known as Satyagraha. We all know that in 1906, Satyagraha been first time being performed by Gandhi in South Africa to fight against the discrimination against black people. So, what we can say that what is a paradigm? That is an action. That is an action being set for as an example. It is a pattern to view the life. It can be thought of as idea about something should be done and should be made and thought about something. When we say this, there is another story, an number of stories from the history. In 1888, Lakshman Rao Kirloskar, the person who was running a small cycle workshop, came up the first iron pilaf in the country, and now we know that what is the Kirloskar known for. He did something in his organization, forming organization by appointing a dacoit as a security supervisor, a college dropout as financial manager for his company. Lakshman Rao Kirloskar is known for the first industrialist who established industrial township for his worker in the country. We can take example from this other example from the history, that is of Muhammad Yunus, the person, the Nobel laureate known for microcredit or microfinance. We can take example from the story of Dr. Varman, how old ladies in the villages used to pronounce him Dr. Saab. And Dr. Saab became Dabur, the company being formed in that area. These made the people to think about think about once realizing the skills, their own skills. When they have an attitude to do something exemplary and they have knowledge about what is the reality, what they could do, and what could be done. So paradigm shift, the term, it is a scientific revolution. The very first time this word being coined by Thomas Kuhn in 1964. And when we say that, it is the way to see the world in a different way and think about, because thinking will decide something. If the thinking process is different, the different thing will come out in the way. A paradigm shift, a change from one way of thinking to another way. It can be an important change that happens when the usual way of thinking about or doing something is replaced by new and different way. Alfred Lord Tennyson, the famous Victorian poet, says in his epic, The Mortality of Arthur, the old order changed, yielding place to new. And God fulfills himself in many ways, lest one good custom should corrupt the world. In another word, we can quote the famous Urdu poet Majru Sultanpuri, मैं अकेला ही चला था जानबे मंजिल मगर लोग साथ आते गए और कारवां बनता गया. This type of thought process make the paradigm shift in any sphere of our life, whether it is politics, whether it is business. Now, when we are discussing this paradigm shift in business, what could make the paradigm shift in business? What could make the business transit from one phase to another? First, apply new concept. Don't run away, give away that new concept. That is the demand of the day. And apply new technology to your business. A new way of reaching customers and earning profits. And it is a change of perception of doing things. I can't do, can be converted, you can do, I can do. If the perception being changed, how things should be thought about, done or made, means how you are thinking, what is your surrounding will decide what you are going to do in your life. Means I'm quoting to explain this elements of transition in business. One of the famous political quote, that is, किस कदर ज़हन पर होता है माहौल का असर, अपने कमरे की ये तस्वीर बदल कर देखो. We can also think about some other paradigm shift being done in business. Just imagine if the people of above 50 of age, they could just recall or realize or remind how difficult was there in getting railway reservation. And before 1986, when in 1986, the first time computerized railway reservation system in India being introduced in 1986. And now we can have our reservation at our own. The device we are keeping in the pocket 24/7. Just see this, how this YouTube channels converted the music industry. The very first video being uploaded by Abdul Karim, a citizen from Bangladesh, Me at the Zoo in April 23, 2005. And this being converted and this come out as a paradigm shift in doing business. Who thought of just 30 years back, payment can be done without meeting in person? PayPal first online payment platform being introduced in 1994. After that, now means we all have seen these last 3-4 years. We all are suffer directly or indirectly because of this. So the organizations are the biggest questions organizations are facing. That is, does the organization have the capacity to maintain or rehire the same quantity of individuals employed before the pandemic? Second, will the organization be able to provide workers the same amount of work and job security as before the pandemic? Third, how will the organization help alleviate employees' job security concern and retain those whom the organization can continue to employ? These are the three basic questions, the biggest question I could say that has to be answered by every manager or a big business owner. And What could be done in when we are facing this situation of post-pandemic or during pandemic? First, identify the challenge. Who could identify the channel are the winner. They come out as a righteous or profiteering entities. Collect the right data about your stakeholders, your customers, your investors, your employees. You can develop a key strategy, what is to be done and what is not to be, and prioritize your customer because they are the key, they are the lifeblood of any organization. Paradigm shift is for the mindful, but those who refuse to adopt new way of looking at things will catch yesterday's train. It is the demand of the day. It is the of this call of the day actually. I extend my warm welcome to each one of you here. And once again, I'm expressing my sense of gratitude to the organizer who thought to invite me as one of the speakers for the event. I also express my thanks to Dr. Azhar Kazmi sir, Professor Emmanuel Veur, and all other graceful eminent speakers. And I hope that we will have continuity with you in terms of guiding us to organize such event in the future as well. I take this opportunity to congratulate the team IPM, especially Dr. Anubha Gomat, Ms. Manisha Grover, Dr. Mona Sai, and Professor Shashank Chaudhary, the pivotal names at the backdrop of the event, who could be able to organize this event successfully under the able guidance of Director General Colonel A.S. Malhotra. And I'm congratulating personally for conducting the conference on such topic. As we leave at this point, we look forward to an uncertain but beautiful future. Despite the obstacle we may face, there is so much opportunity in front of us. I'm concluding my valedictory speech by quoting one quote, that is, never let the future disturb you. If you have to, you will meet it with the same weapons of reasons, which today arm you against the present. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for such a wonderful valedictory address.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now we have with, thank you, sir. Now we have with us a special invitee, Dr. Adila Khan. Ma'am, I would like to invite you to deliver your address.
Good evening, everybody. Ma'am, you stand corrected. My name is Dr. Adila Kazmi. What an amazing event.
Sorry, ma'am.
Absolutely fine. What an amazing event this has been. Thank you for your hard work to provide us with such a well-organized and informative conference. I would also like to thank all the dignitaries, educationists, researchers, students, different fields of academics and other industries. Thank you all for taking out the time out of your busy schedules to attend this, participate, and guide us. Your presence has eased and made this event a great success. Your enthusiasm and positive spirit helped make our time together both productive and pleasant one. I have to say, Dr. Khan, your valedictory speech was very, generally they tend to be the last one, so people are more lethargic, but it was such an energetic one, so interesting with all the quotations and images there. I want to make a special mention here to IPM Ghaziabad and associated institutes together for a very, very successful conference. Your team's thoughtfulness, dedication, support to all the participants' needs and queries were well addressed and in time. The topic of the conference has been well researched. The discussion on various aspects has been beneficial to all the participants in various spheres at different levels in their careers. I am positive that all of us present here have been able to update our knowledge and contribute as well. through this rich intellectual exchange, we have updated our knowledge and have gone beyond measure, which is going to enrich our understanding and help us in our careers, our research and studies, since there are all participants here. The various detailed aspects of the broad topics, the basics, the reasons, types, how to deal with them, and then touching the more profound topics like the paradigm shift, the philosophy through which businesses are conducted these days, the processes, the timing, the perception beliefs have been well addressed. Very intelligently encompassing the strategic performance aspect in the discussion, which facilitates to bridge the gap between the on-ground performance and high-level business transformation, has polished the discussion further. Navigating with the stakeholders' lens is never an easy task. Including that in the topic of the conference categorically broadens the horizon of the study, the discussion, as well as widens the set of factor study, at the same time adds upon the complexity which was maturely dealt with by the participants, quite a few of them being students. I hope you continue to organize events like these in the coming times and make it a recurring event so that the education industry can benefit at large. At the end, the conference has been a great learning experience. Please enjoy the success of a completed event. Thanks again for the opportunity to be a part of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now comes the time largely anticipated by all, the declaration of Best Paper Presentation Award. Kindly note that 2 presentations will be awarded with Best Paper Presentation Award. And for announcing the results, I would once again like to invite Dr. M.Y. Khan for announcing the results.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Actually, you have given me a very difficult task to announce this best paper. Actually, I could see here all the papers were having their own nitty-gritty and expertise and full of knowledge and deliberation. But still, we have to come out with one that to be declared. In technical session 1, we selected the first paper that is Enlightening Vedic Philosophy, the Third Eye of Modern Management by Dr. Mala Rani and by Ms. Archita, University of Kassel, Germany. Congratulations to winner. Hello, am I audible? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm announcing another paper that is for technical session 2. The winner for the paper that is declared as a winner as a best paper, that is Determinants of Crypto Trading Activity by Dr. Syed Faisal Ali Khan, lecturer, Department of MIS, CBS, Jazan University, Saudi Arabia, and Dr. Divya Rana, Assistant Professor, Management, IPM Ghaziabad. Congratulations to all winners and congratulations to all participants. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for announcing the results, and congratulations once again for winning the Best Paper Award. The feedback link for all the participants has now been shared in the Zoom chat box. You can fill the form, and the certificates of the same will be given to you, provided to you after 1 week. Now, I would, as we are nearing the end of the conference, I would like to invite Dr. Mona Sahai, who is the convener of this International E-Conference and is also working as Associate Professor at IPEM Ghaziabad, for delivering the vote of thanks to all our presenters and participants. Mona ma'am, you're kindly welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Anubha. A very good afternoon to one and all. It is a great privilege for me to have this opportunity to extend my gratitude through this platform. Firstly, I would like to congratulate the winners who have been awarded the Best Paper Award. Many congratulations to you. It has been a great experience actually to be a part of this conference, to be organizing this conference, and to listen to our esteemed speakers. Dr. Azhar Kazmi, whose books have been enriching the academic world for decades now, Professor Arvind Kumar, and from none other than the Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, Dr. Gagan Kukureja, editorial member and international review member of publications of international repute, Dr. Sailesh Iyer, who has been such an inspiration for me, for he is so active and versatile with multidimensional academic expertise. Professor Emmanuel Ower, having expertise in supply chain research from South Africa, and Dr. M.Y. Khan, very actively involved in the academia for years. Thank you, sirs, for taking out your valuable time and for devoting it for our conference and thus enriching us with your valuable information that has been shared. And thank you, Dr. Adela Kazmi, for accepting our invitation to be a special invitee today and for your generous words for us. This has also brought some diversity in our speakers today. On behalf of IPM, I also extend my gratitude to our participants and authors, without whom this conference would not have been possible. They have shared their valuable research work with us, for which I'm grateful to them. My special thanks to the management of IPEM for providing this opportunity to organize this event and for providing all the guidance needed. Our chairman, our executive director, and our director general, I thank you all for the able guidance that you have provided. My thanks to our Dean Academics and Head of the Department, Shashank sir, for having faith in me as convener of this conference and for providing his support in whatever issues I would have faced during this journey. And a big thank you to the entire team of IC, the entire team of International Conference, my colleagues who have worked so hard to make it a big success. And last but not the least, our technical team, Supriya ma'am, Mr. Ajay Tyagi sir, without whom an e-conference is out of question, our IPEM staff, our Neeraj ji for helping us with the arrangements. Thanks everyone for showing such a great teamwork. And now I don't want to stand between you and the Saturday evening. So bye and thank you. Yes, I request you all to fill the feedback form, which will help us to provide certificates to you. And see you again next year in our next international conference of IPM. Bye.